And when you look at the numbers since the sweep of Toronto here at Turner Field, they're a little bit ugly. And you could make an argument for that's the last time the Braves won a series. Granted, when they beat the Cubs Monday, that actually turned into a series win over Chicago from their previous visit. But the offensive numbers really off since May 24th. Even the ERA at 3.79 is a little higher than it had been most of the year. Consistency, boy, they'd give a king's ransom for consistency right now.
Yeah, a lot of lapses in the ball game last night, and frankly speaking, partner, against the real good teams, they're really going to capitalize on those.
You can't give guys, these good teams, extra outs, and the Braves at times show flashes of brilliance. They take away outs, they make good plays in the field, turn double plays in key situations. Nate McLeod's covering a lot of ground, and he's having to in the outfield, especially to left center. And then all of a sudden things like this happen, and you go, what the hey? What's going on here? And they act like they haven't played baseball before. Last night, this was inexcusable. Why didn't Casey just take the ball to the bag when he saw that O'Flaherty wasn't there? There are things that make you scratch your head and wonder what's going on. Hopefully they can get rid of some of those mental mistakes and start playing some better baseball on that consistent basis.
And what the hey is putting it very mildly indeed,
you.
I think, for a lot of the Braves personnel. Hopefully they can win tonight. It's Andy Pettit, it's Derek Lowe. We'll come back and talk more about the decisive game of this three-game series in Atlanta right after this.
Everybody knows what these two guys are capable of, and when you add up their total career wins, 355 total wins. That sounds like a lot. Guess what? That's exactly how many Greg Maddux alone won in his career. These two guys both have 7 wins, ERAs in the low 4s, and I guess when you look at these two guys, there are no surprises for the hitters. They know what's going to be coming. Andy Pettit for the Yankees, coming off an outstanding start, maybe one of his best of the year against the Florida Marlins on this road trip. 7 innings of 3-hit ball. He only gave up 1 run and did not walk anybody. Derek Lowe, on the other hand, has lost 2 in a row. Even though he pitched real well in Boston, Josh Beckett that much better when he shut out the Braves in Boston. What a thrill for Derek in Boston when he got such a good greeting, even though it was a loss.
Andy Pettit's been a road warrior for the Yankees. He, of all their starters, most notably better away from the home run hitter's paradise that is Yankee Stadium. And you figure Derek Lowe ought to be very good tonight at Turner Field. Starting lineups, Braves and Yankees coming up next.
win tonight. And time now for the Atlanta Center for Cosmetic Dentistry Big Smile seat upgrade. Some lucky fans are getting their seats upgraded for tonight's ball game. Keep watching to see where their seats are. Sponsored by the Atlanta Center for Cosmetic Dentistry. Jackpot. And it's also time for the Kia keys to the game. Go 6, young man. That applies to Derek Lowe. The middle relief has been less than stellar recently. Go 6, get it to Moylan, Soriano, and Gonzalez. You got a good chance of winning. Be aware of a good move. When the Braves do get some runners on first base, Andy Pettitte has and always has had a very good move to first base. Since 1974, his 95 pickoffs are the most in the major leagues. How about that? And cut out the mistakes. We just got through talking about how the Braves have been making a few bonehead mistakes. Eliminate those and give yourself a little better chance to win. Here's the Yankees lineup tonight in the rubber game of this 3-game series. Derek Jeter will lead it off, followed by Johnny Damon, and then Mark Teixeira, who has 40 extra base hits on the year. Alex Rodriguez, then Jorge Posada bats 5th tonight. Swisher, Gardner, Ransom, and Pettitte round out the order. Derek Lowe on the mound for his 16th start of the year. He's 7-5. Lifetime against the Yankees, 8-10. But in his last 13 starts against them, he has a winning record of 6-5. There are his home and road splits. Much better here at Turner Field.
So as you'd expect, another big crowd here at Turner Field in Atlanta. We had 42,000 plus last night, 40,800 for game 1. Right around those numbers tonight as Lowe is underway and misses with a fastball high to Derek Jeter, who's 2 for 9 so far in the series. Nine homers, 30 knocked in for Derek Jeter, and with that base hit, 299 hits in interleague play. That's most of anybody. And Jeter aboard and is a threat to run. He's already stolen 16 bases this year.
2 in this series. Nice easy swing here on a fastball about belt high that was coming back to him. Head down on the ball and takes it the other way. 3rd hit of the series, too.
And what a combo for the Yankees. Jeter #1, Damon #2 all time, and hits among interleague players. Damon with 248 hits against the other league. And at 286, went 3 for 5 last night after not being able to start in game 1 of the set with a calf problem. And he said the leg didn't really start to loosen up for him in our conversation before the game until around the 5th inning last night. He took more treatment on that leg before game 3.
And remember, after he walked in game 1 late in the ballgame, he wanted to stay in the game, but Joe Girardi said no, and that was probably a wise move at the time.
This is a veteran Yankee club. That's a very nice, politically correct way of saying in many ways they're old.
Yes, they are.
But they are a very good old team, if you will, but haven't been good lately. In fact, so much concern. Their general manager, Brian Cashman, was at the ballpark last night and in somewhat unprecedented fashion met with the hitters of the ball club before the game and said, let's get going, fellas. And after the 5th inning, they indeed got going. A line drive over first is big trouble. Jeter will cut the second base bag, and the Yankees have him 1st and 3rd with nobody out. I sure liked watching the Yankees a lot better in the first 5 innings of yesterday's game than since.
Yeah, since then it's been quite an offensive production, an offensive show for the Yankees. Their numbers 1 through 4 hitters last night went 7 for 17. They scored 6 runs, drove in 4. They also drew 3 walks, and they're off and running again tonight with the first 2 guys.
Mark Teixeira, the batter for the Yankees, 20 home runs, 57 driven in. He's 2 for 7 in the series, and does not have a hit against Lowe in 9 career at bats.
What a difference it makes too when you come up with the first 2 guys having already reached base, and you know you got something, got a chance to do something in the 1st inning and put some runs on the board. Turns an otherwise kind of routine at bat into a big one.
Double play ball. There's 1. There's 2. Jeter will score. No RBI for Teixeira, and that's a trade the Braves will gladly make. A double play eliminates the threat of a big inning for the moment. Yankees lead 1-0 as you check out Atlanta's lineup defensively tonight.
The outfield is the same. Anderson going to play tonight, even though Pettit a left-handed pitcher. And you just saw Prado at second base start that double play. Brian McCann doing the catching. But I was a little surprised to see Garrett Anderson in there tonight. He does have some good numbers against Pettit in his career.
The most experienced hitter against him in the Braves lineup tonight. And Alex Rodriguez is the hitter for the Yankees. It was his at bat in the 6th inning that was so key. An 0-2 pitch that he served into right center off Jeff Bennett. That gave the Yankees a 3-1 lead. And Jeff Bennett, after an inning in the 3rd, punched a door, and A-Rod punches one over the fence. Wow. Alex Rodriguez has just tied Reggie Jackson on the all-time homer list with a shot right over the 400 sign.
Here's some of the bat speed we thought was missing in the first 2 games of the series. Got a knee-high fastball, got good extension. And well over the 400 mark.
And as we said, partner, I think it bears repeating, there should be no surprises here. And looking at that replay swing of A-Rod, he was thinking mid-thigh and lower, and he went down and just golfed it out of center field.
By my numbers, that's his first home run ever off Derek Lowe. Here's what Chip's talking about. Watch how he goes down and threw that ball. Actually bent over at the waist a little bit to help get to it. First home run in his last 70 at bats on the road.
So the Yankees have scored 2 runs in the 1st. And to finish the point on Jeff Bennett, punched a door last night, broke his left hand. He's been placed on the disabled list for Atlanta. And Boone Logan, a left-handed relief pitcher, has joined the club and is in uniform and active tonight. 3-0 to Jorge Posada, who struck out in all 4 at-bats in the series opener for the Yankees. And he walks with 2 out.
4 straight after the home run. He'll take that after 4 strikeouts Tuesday night.
And so for Lowe, his 30th walk, followed by the 4th home run he's surrendered this year in 93 innings.
Yeah, he just doesn't give up home runs.
But it's hot, it's windy, you get the ball in the sweet spot, it's going to fly tonight. Here's Nick Swisher. He's 1 for 10 in this series. That hit a 7th inning home run for New York last night. This is a real tough homestand for Atlanta. We've talked about that. We'll see how they can keep the ball in the ballpark against the number 1, number 3, and number 5 home run hitting teams in baseball over a 9-game stretch. Yankees, Boston, and the Phillies. Ground ball up the middle, off the second base bag and into center field. Diving try by Escobar, but very little chance. And he too, with a hip flexor problem, is slow getting up. In fact, he's still on a right knee, and that's the side that he banged, the side that's been hurting him.
He's still trying to stretch it out a little bit. I wonder if it occurred because he tried to change directions here, reaching that right hand up a little bit when the ball hit the bag. Derek Lowe falls off to the first base side and couldn't feel that comebacker.
So 4 Yankee hits in the very first inning. And after the double play, homer walk single brings up Brett Gardner, the center fielder. And Lowe punches a quick strike to the Yankees. Fleet-footed center fielder out of the College of Charleston, Brett Gardner.
When you look at the inning by inning runs allowed for Derek Lowe, I'm surprised to see that he now has allowed as many runs in the first inning as any other inning. Previous high was the 4th inning where he had given up 11, and he's now allowed 11 in the first.
And theories as to why that's the case are like opinions. There are a million of them. I know you've talked before about how sinker ballers sometimes can be too strong, which means the ball stays up and doesn't sink naturally. If that happens, big league hitters are going to really put a hurting on him. He's gone to his breaking ball a lot and misses with that one. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, and being too strong and being too amped up to start a game against the Yankees, or in the case of his last start against the Red Sox, you can understand why his pitches might flatten out and why they might be up. But he's got to get that sinker working again.
He did. That one tapped over the mound. Tough play. Got to hurry. And not in time. Gardner with his speed beat it out. And that'll draw an argument from Bobby Cox. First base has been a very controversial position for Bobby with the umpires in this series.
Boy, that got the whole bench up. Not just Bobby. I thought that was a brilliant play by Martin Prado. The infielders were all out early today getting some extra work in, and they were making some plays like this, charging the ball. I thought he was out. Casey Kochman's stretch was more toward the second baseman than it was to Martin, where the throw came from. Bang, bang play. Thought he got him.
So still some hollering from the Braves bench. Great effort by Prado, but it's another Yankee hit to load him up for Cody Ransom, who's just back from a quad injury that he suffered April 24th against the Red Sox. Remember, it was Ransom who was playing third base for the Yankees when A-Rod was coming back from his hip problems.
Missed 54 games, and he's a good offensive player under normal circumstances. Look at this. Look where Casey steps. His stride, I still think they got him, but Casey did not stride or step to the throw. He was kind of square. His shoulders and everything were square to the throw to receive it.
That's just foul. Oh, that didn't miss by much. Whew. James Hoy straddling the line.
Well, that's at least 4-0 if that's fair. And with Gardner running it, or excuse me, Swisher running it first on the crack of the bat, depending on what happened in the corner, he might have been able to come around.
One ball, 2 strikes to Cody Ransom. Off his front foot, popped up. In comes McLeod. Out goes Escobar, and that will retire the side. The Yankees send 8 men to the plate. They do so with 5 hits as Alex Rodriguez gulps one over the center field fence. His first road homer in 70 at bats, and it puts the Yankees in front by 2.
5-1, including a 2-1 record here at Turner Field, and 1-1 against them in 3 World Series starts.
What if they'll retire number 46 when he's finished with the New York Yankees? As Nate McLouth looks at a called strike. Pettitte, number 3 all-time in Yankee history with 357 starts. He's 3rd on their all-time strikeout list, 4th in wins, 7th in innings pitched. As McLouth skies one to left center field. Look at that thing carry out to Gardner. 1 out.
That's not a problem for Gardner. He plays deeper than I think any center fielder I've seen all year. And he was actually backpedaling onto the warning track to catch that. Made it look easy. Their outfield tonight, Damon, Gardner, and Swisher. Their infield, a change at second base. Cano gets a night off as Ransom is back in there. And Jorge Posada back behind the plate after he missed last night's game.
Most often a pitcher will say they're not as comfortable pitching on the road as they are in their home ballpark. This year, Andy Pettitte personifies the exact opposite being true. He may be the one Yankee starter who has really been adversely affected by the aerodynamics of New Yankee Stadium. Fly ball pitcher in that park is going to pitch fly balls at his own peril.
Yeah, he's given up 11 homers.
But very good on the road, as you saw, and ahead of Prado now. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
These two pitchers, with all their victories that are facing each other tonight, they're different. With Derek Lowe being a sinker slider guy, Andy Pettitte is a fastball, curveball, changeup guy. He's always had a good curveball. Not overpowering, but very good command of his fastball.
And like a couple of other Yankees, seemingly has been around forever.
That's true. Club. Yeah, and he just turned 37. Another one of those guys a little long in the tooth.
Run.
Only 2 other lefties ahead of him in that count among active pitchers. John Smoltz pitching tonight.
And losing to the Nationals 2-1 in the first inning, by the way, at Nationals Park. On that list, by the way, saw Randy Johnson, the latest man to get to 300 wins. Jamie Moyer has tied Bob Gibson on the all-time win list, 251 of them.
Well, let's just say they went about it in a different way, too.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Moyer's under contract this year and next, I believe, for the Phillies. And the more wins Joe he racks up for that Philadelphia ball club, you got to start thinking, is Jamie Moyer Hall of Fame worthy?
I mean, I'll have to get back to you at the end of his career.
Yeah,
okay?
I know.
Longevity. I mean, if you pitch till you're 55, does that mean you're Hall of Fame worthy?
Well, shouldn't durability be part of it? Because if you're good enough to stay in the game.
Yeah, if it's quality. I mean, if you're pitching that long and you're turning in stellar seasons, but if you're pitching 500 ball, no.
Fly ball hit to left. Johnny Damon has had some adventures out there, but not on his first chance tonight. And 2 flyouts as the bases clear for Chipper Jones.
How about this on Andy Pettitte? There's been 107 pitchers who have won 200 or more games, but only he and Iron Joe McGinnity, the only guys without a losing season among those 107. That's mighty impressive.
Is Andy Pettitte Hall of Fame worthy? I mean, you can argue this about any player, I suppose. Would you consider Andy Pettitte to be a dominant pitcher in the era in which he played?
I don't think so.
No.
Even though he's been a 20-game winner twice. He's been really good. I just wouldn't put him in that category as the Cy Young Award winners, that sort of thing.
Certainly winning is going to help his pedigree. Playing where he plays is going to help his pedigree. The PED issue, performance enhancing drug issue, is going to hurt his candidacy, I would think.
No question.
Chipper's another guy in the Braves lineup in addition to Anderson, who's had good numbers against Andy. 7 for 19.
Bobby didn't think so. Not sure Chipper did either. Full count.
Andy will work that outside corner on you, especially when he gets ahead in the count. He can pitch inside effectively, but he throws a breaking ball to right-handers that if you give up on it, he'll eat your lunch. You've got to stay with him.
That one off the back toe of Chipper Jones. And he's the first Atlanta base runner. Here's Brian McCann, who has worn out the Yankee pitching staff in this series. Brian has had a very good run. 4 hits and 8 tries, a homer, and a couple of runs batted in. Part of a sizzling month of June for the Atlanta catcher. Pettit trying to keep him inside. Misses way tight for ball 1. McCann, a .250 hitter against lefties this year. .357 against righties.
Struck out his last 3 times last night, and first time all year he's fanned 3 times in a game.
Good swing, fouled away to even the count.
Always a deliberate worker, too.
So unlike the fried chicken commercial, it's not Louisiana fast.
No, it's not.
For Andy Pettit.
Not any hot sauce where he's concerned with runners on base.
No. That's a big weapon for him. Use the hitter's impatience as a weapon for himself on that mound. He leads by 2. 5 first inning Yankee hits. And again with the fastball that tops out at 90 miles an hour. Pretty impressive how unafraid he is to pitch inside to left-hand hitters.
Well, he's going to have to do that at home in their new ballpark. He's going to be successful. He's got to keep them honest. Last year lefties hit him at a 200 clip. This year they're hitting him at 275. That might indicate here in the first couple of months, first 3 months, that he's not throwing as hard as he used to and not using that command that's made him famous.
Good stop by Posada. Chipper Jones will be off to the races with a 3-ball 2-strike count. There goes Chipper, and ball 4 is off the plate. Back-to-back 2-out walks. And let's see where this pitch missed zone.
Well, there were a couple in the top half of the inning that Derek Lowe wanted and didn't get that were breaking balls, and this was kind of a sweeper down and away, and a good eye by McCann to lay off. That looked a little wide to me.
And so for the first time this year, Yunel Escobar stands in a run-producing spot with that number. You can understand why Bobby Cox made this move.
I like it. I like him hitting down there lower. I like Prado hitting second. The way he handles the bat.
And that's kind of swing a number 5 hitter ought to take with 2 outs. Yeah. Braves as a club are averaging barely 4.2 runs a game. And hitting 257 as a team. Let's see what Yunel can do with 2 outs and 2 on. He can line a ball into the left field corner. That ball's fair. One will score. McCann around third will be stopped. Another RBI for Escobar. Welcome to number 5, number 19, 2-1 game.
Guy can just flat out hit. It doesn't matter where you put him in the order. Waited on that breaking ball, and yeah, it was up, but he didn't miss it. And you might say, well, if anybody but McCann had been running at first, he might have scored. I don't think so. Damon got this ball in quickly. Braves have a chance to not only tie it back up, but go ahead. He hit .311 in the 5 spot last year. 3 homers and 45 at bats.
And so now Garrett Anderson with a .400 lifetime batting average against Andy Pettitte. A chance to perhaps put Atlanta in the lead with a hit.
Derek Lowe was fortunate that it was only 2 runs in the top of the inning. That ball that was spanked by Ransom just foul. And Pettitte comes out, and after 2 out, he lost a couple.
Fly ball left center field, slicing away, but Gardner is there. They had it, Anderson shaded in that direction. Garrett gave it a ride, but he's retired, and the Braves settle 4-1. Yunel Escobar with a big 2-out hit. Well, we've said that a lot for Atlanta this year.
Bennett actually fixed his hand. It was displaced fracture. He cracked it back, went back out, pitched another inning, gave up a homer, but he's on the DL. Tim Hudson getting close to making a rehab assignment of his own, perhaps as early as next week. The perfect balance of health and care at Piedmont Hospital, preferred health care provider of the Atlanta Braves. Visit PiedmontHospital.org.
Andy Pettitte starts things off for the Yankees at the plate here in the second inning. Wasn't there a song? I fought the wall and the wall won?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Little dribbler hit to short. Escobar can take his time. And sounds like there's good news regarding Kenshin Kawakami after this very scary play last night.
Right off the neck. It's sore, it's bruised, but as he put it last night, I'm alive. Man, oh man, was that scary.
He is hopeful of making his next start. And Kawakami was perfect in his 3 innings last night. And because the Braves wanted desperately to avoid using Soriano, Moylan or Gonzalez had the unfortunate predicament of having to go into their bullpen very early in the game in the 4th. And Medlin, Bennett, O'Flaherty, and Acosta all struggled last night for Atlanta.
Yeah, got to have some of the other guys pick up the pace there in the middle innings. Boone Logan will help there. Another lefty, and he was pitching well at Gwinnett.
One ball, one strike to Derek Jeter, who singled and scored on Mark Teixeira's double play in the first inning tonight. Yankees lead trimmed in half. Now it's a 2-1 score. As hot and as muggy and as uncomfortable it is on that field, you know that Lowe would like some easy innings. And he might have one here if Chipper or Escobar can flag it down. Escobar not in time. Infield hit. 300 interleague hits now for Jeter, and he's a step quicker than Escobar deep in the hole at short.
If Chipper gets it, they get an out. That's just too long a throw for Unell to have to make with a guy who can move down the line. Jeter happened to hit that one to the right spot. It's 2 for 2.
Johnny Damon bats. Yankee Notes had an interesting stat on Johnny Damon. There have been only 2 players who played 500 or more games with the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Only 2?
That's what it said. You know who the other one is besides Johnny Damon?
I think I do.
This isn't our trivia question, Hal, is it? Yes.
Is it a guy from like the 40s and 50s?
No.
Oh, okay, then
no.
I don't know.
No. Okay, so obviously
I need a hint.
Red Sox and Yankees. Ate chicken before every game. That's it.
Got all about his time in New York. I shouldn't. I had to watch him ride around on a police horse after a World Series win one night.
That wasn't so much fun.
No, didn't like that.
And is Wade Boggs still the only guy that picked up his 3,000th hit as a home run?
I think so.
That came while
Tampa
Bay, then Devil Ray. Bends around the plate to even the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Johnny Damon now 6 for 12 against Derek Lowe, his former teammate.
Yeah, they played on that 04 Red Sox club that self-named themselves the Idiots, with Kevin Millar and Johnny Damon. Very free-spirited bunch.
Millar also brought in the cowboy up phrase, didn't he?
Yeah.
Somehow that doesn't go well with Boston.
No.
I don't know why.
No. If they'd said Chowda up or something like that, it would have got it. Now it's a totally different atmosphere in Boston. They got the curse of the Bambino taken care of. Now they lead the Yankees by 5. That's ball 4 high to Damon. Second walk for Lowe, and he has been up in the zone quite a bit in the early innings tonight. That's not a good sign. 2 on again, 1 out. Teixeira the hitter.
Talked about the top 4 guys in the order and what they did last night. They're already 4 for 5 tonight with a home run and a walk. The only guy without a hit is Teixeira, who hit into the double play in the first, and as it turned out, that was a huge play.
Heads up. Don't give him the bat back. Matt Diaz is trying to hide.
I think it broke. I think that's what happened when it hit the edge of the dugout. Kelleher, I think, was telling Mark not to bother.
Pretty nice souvenir for that youngster. Unexpectedly tonight. No balls and a strike. 1 out. And Teixeira picked the right bat. It appears that one headed for the corner. But fortunately, he pulled it just foul. 0-2.
He is 0 for 10 against Lowe and behind in the count. 0-2. Get the ball down, maybe get another ground ball double play chance.
Derek can't wait for June to end. He's 1-2 this month with an ERA approaching 6.
Just 1 win in his last 5 starts overall.
Ground ball toward first. Can they turn 2? There's 1. No chance on a slow developing play. So Teixeira's pulled low twice and has bounced out twice. Runners now at the corners. 2 out for Alex Rodriguez.
Slow developing play. Escobar did everything he could, taking that throw from Kochman. But still a chance to get out of the inning if he can retire the guy who hit the homer in the first inning. Here's what it looked like. It's down and away, and he really clocked what looked like a decent pitch.
You know what they call those in New York?
No.
An A-Bob for A-Rod, says John Sterling, the longtime Yankees play-by-play voice on radio, our former colleague here at TBS. It's great to see John and his sidekick Susan Waldman at the ballpark for this series. I think John knew he was on TV watch. He'll straighten right up again.
Talking to John before the game Tuesday night, he said it was really exciting to come back to Atlanta and see so many familiar faces.
Well, he certainly has one of the most distinctive game-ending calls when things go well for the Yankees. And he's had the privilege of seeing that for a long time in the Bronx. The Yankees win, he says. Hopefully they won't be able to say that tonight. 2-1 game, 2 balls and a strike to A-Rod here in the Yankees second.
Pretty good 2-0 pitch there, a slider in a good spot. A little surprised he swung at it unless he was looking for it.
Line into center field. A-Rod's got 2 RBIs and a 3-1 Yankee game.
That's almost a carbon copy of the hits that he's given up tonight in terms of pitch location. Derek Lowe can't get his ball to sink, and it's running, but it's running right back to the middle of the plate like this. And that is danger zone.
That's what happened to Jeff Bennett last night, wasn't it?
Pretty much. But it's unlike Derek Lowe to have that much trouble trying to get his ball to sink.
So the Yankee offense exploding in the last 5 innings plus. They've scored 11 runs after going 8 1/3 in this series without a single hit. And who knows, maybe Joe Girardi asking to be kicked out of the game last night. And the Francisco Cervelli first home run of his career kick-started the Yankee offensive engine.
Remember, A-Rod was really struggling coming into the series, had a bad game in the first game. But all of a sudden, he's beginning to heat up, and all the hits are up the middle.
Teixeira at second, A-Rod at first. 2 out, 1-1 count. And This was the play last night, Pards, that got Joe Girardi so angry.
Medley picked off Gardner. Replay showed that he probably was safe. Gardner and Kelleher argued. That one shows you that he was safe. And Joe Girardi here argued and argued and argued. And Bill Welke said, "Is that what you want? Is that what you want?"
Fly ball to left. Garrett Anderson back on his horse and makes the play. One step onto the warning track in left. Yankees pick up another run. Derek Jeter has scored twice, and A-Rod 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs.
Packed house out there, as it looks like it is here in the stadium tonight. And it's time for the know-how question of the game, built by the Home Depot. And if you have a question, send us an email, and if chosen, Chip and I will answer it later in the game. Send your email to braves@peachtreetv.com. Please include your name and where you're from. Remember, more saving, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot. And I say Chip and I will try to answer it. I should say Chip and Hal and I will, because Hal oftentimes helps us with that answer.
Yes. Now, our audience knows I certainly need all the help I can get. Line drive into right field by Jeff Francoeur. Well, his bat coming to life, Joe. 13 games now for Francoeur, and he's hitting over 300 in that stretch.
3 for 8 in this series with a homer, and that was a rocket to right field on the first pitch. Maybe that's the start of a big inning. Fastball up. Both these pitchers are having a hard time getting the ball down tonight.
So Casey Kochman comes up, hitting .266 for the season. Want to send along get well wishes to longtime Brave Bobby Dews.
You bet.
Bobby hasn't been around the ballpark. He's had some medical issues the last couple of weeks, but everything we understand is going fine. And Doozy, we really miss you around the ballpark. Can't wait to see you again. Is he coming back for the homestand?
Well, I'm told that he might be back for the Phillies, or part of the Phillies series, after the off day on Monday. So we'll look forward to that. He's back here. I was looking for him today, hoping he was here.
The poet laureate of baseball, Bobby Dews. Kochman could not hold his swing. 1-2 your count.
No argument from Casey. And a good call. Anytime the bat gets extended in front of the plate a little bit, they're going to ring you up.
You got to have strong wrists to stop that momentum. Kochman showed that off on that next pitch from Pettit. 2-2.
And you can hurt your wrist trying to do that. I mean, it puts such a strain on your wrist joint, especially your bottom hand, in this case his right hand. That can do some damage.
Back.
And speaking of wrists, my brother Josh up in Gwinnett tonight texted me before the game, said Jordan Schaefer started to take BP for the Gwinnett Braves. He's had some wrist problems all year. Maybe a sign he's ready to get back in the swing of things at AAA.
Good.
So we'll keep you posted on Jordan's progress. That one tipped into the glove of Posada. Andy Pettit has his first strikeout in the game. And now Derek Lowe bats with one on and one man out. One ball, no strikes to Lowe. Derek hitting 174 with an RBI this year. 4 sacrifices on the season.
4 sacrifice bunts, 4 hits.
Pettit with a bare hand, fought about second. And a 1-4 sacrifice, 5th.
You don't often see the catcher, third baseman, and left fielder congregating at third base, but even at his advanced age, Johnny Damon hustling all the way in from left field to help cover third. Once the play was made, just in case Frank Gore had thoughts of running to third, all 3 of those guys, the catcher, third baseman, and left fielder, wound up around the bag.
Well, you saw Posada streaking down the line. I've never seen the left fielder come in on that particular play, so good hustle from Damon, who plays very deeply out there. Clouth looks at a strike.
Braves have scored all those runs with 2 outs all year long. This would be a nice one to pick up. Cover up that run that was given up in the top of the inning.
Braves got a leadoff hit from Francoeur. He's now at second with 2 outs and a generous second strike. Boy,
I realize there's a little bit of a crossfire there coming from the left-hander that's a little bit distorted from our vantage point, but look at Posada and how he has his weight out over his left foot. That's how far he had shifted over to make that catch.
Boy. Yeah, Posada might have been crossed up. Saw something he didn't like from Pettit. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's one of the nice things about having a guy back there that knows you almost as well as you know yourself, and can go out and see something and say, hey, you're missing the spot, or you're dropping your arm a little bit, stay on top, anything like that that might help him get back on track. Maybe it was signs, because he wants Jeter to know too if they've made a change.
That is a remarkable statistic. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a big pick-me-up, no question about it, getting 2-run offense. But if you could score a few more with none or 1 out, you can have some real big innings. There haven't been many of those either for Atlanta offensively this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good eye. Braves came into this game tonight 4 for 10 in the series with runners in scoring position. The Yankees were 2 for 17, and yet it gained a split.
McLeod chased a high fastball, and the inning comes to a close. Braves waste a leadoff hit from Jeff Francoeur and trail the game 3-1 after 2. Smile, I've been told, and he will lead things off in the third inning for the Yankees.
50 pitches through 2 innings for Derek Lowe. He needs a quick one.
I want to commend you on the read of that last promo, the ticket upgrade deal. I mean, nobody does it like JJ. I mean, he is very excited with those fans who walk into the ballpark and get their ticket. You were almost as excited for those folks.
There's no way anybody comes close to JJ. I appreciate your
I'm serious.
compliment, but there's just nobody that compares.
JJ not with us tonight. He is with our Peachtree colleagues at Screen on the Green tonight.
I think one way to actually make that even more exciting when the fans come through the gate is, you know how they have the Atlanta Hawks or the Thrashers mascot kind of drop from the ceiling of Phillips Arena with a special delivery thing? I think we ought to start thinking about that, dropping him off like the upper deck with some bungee cord things.
Yeah. How about a zip wire?
That would be good too.
Yeah. And if you really wanted to have fun with it, as Swisher hits a ground ball to first, Kochman will take it to the bag himself.
Good idea.
One away here in the third inning.
Actually, what I was thinking of is that you probably have one at home for Tristan. You know, the little swings where they kind of bounce.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of one of those where he just kind of bounces and comes right down in front of the fans and hands them the ticket, and then zip, and then he's gone.
That'd be cool. I like that idea. But I was going in a different direction. I was going to say, if we really wanted to make things interesting, we could have Deborah King actually perform the procedures in those seats. We could make those dentist chairs and have people during the game get all fixed up. What do you think? No?
I think it's got some merit. I know there are a lot of people.
You say that with a lot less conviction than your idea.
I was just thinking that there were a lot of people that come to the ballpark sometimes. It looks like they've already been prepped for oral surgery because they wouldn't feel a thing.
Yes. We would provide the anesthesia for them. Ay, ay, ay. Up the middle by Brett Gardner. He's 2 for 2.
It's his third hit of the series.
One thing about the Yankees, they are trying to become a much more athletic club, and Gardner certainly fits into that for Joe Girardi.
We've been talking about how deep he plays in center field. He plays a good center field defensively, but I'd say with his speed, he needs to be at least challenged a little bit to play more shallow. I think he's good enough to come in 4, 5, 6 steps.
Is that a comfort thing or a habit thing?
I think it's a comfort thing.
How did you play out there?
Especially, I wouldn't say I played shallow, but I certainly didn't play deep. You know, I wasn't like Andrew and play, you know, dare you to hit the ball over my head. But look at Nate McLeod. That's a good spot. Nate has good speed and covers that area.
And for novice fans, why is that so important? I mean, if Gardner's comfort level is to come in on the ball, why?
You're just gonna take away more hits playing shallow than you are playing as deep as he is.
Cody Ransom, the hitter, looks inside for Derek Lowe.
Some outfielders they just have a fear of the ball being hit over their head, and it's hard to get over it. And it's kind of a fear of failure type feeling that you don't want to look bad by having a ball sail over your head, but it's going to happen at this level.
Especially on hot, windy nights like tonight where baseball can find another gear. And a hit and run on for the Yankees. Gardner is going to challenge the arm of Anderson, and that's no contest. First and third with 1 out.
Man, did he bolt out of the blocks over there at first base. Take a look at him taking off, how low he was, just like a sprinter coming out of the blocks. And And even though he went straight into second base, made it to third without a throw. Watch this jump again. Watch how low he stays. Man, oh man, did he take off. Had to make a wide turn because it was a steal attempt.
Andy Pettitte now with men at the corners and one out. Grounded out to short his first time up. And he bunts. Derek Lowe has to hurry and stumbles as he makes a fine play. McCann had to hold the plate just in case. Gardner thought about coming home on that bunt. Moving up 90 feet is Ransom on an Andy Pettitte sacrifice for out number 2.
That was tricky because Gardner came down the line a little bit. That's why you see McCann start out and then go back. It's because of what Gardner did there. And a good play by Lowe to get an out. There's Brian coming, and then whoop, I better stay here.
Well, we talked about it at the start of this series. This is a Yankee club that is known for its power. And say what you will about the park, you still have to hit the ball. They've hit 107 home runs coming into play tonight. Can they win come playoff time, should they be fortunate enough to qualify, by living and dying with the home runs, in your estimation?
Depends on whether or not they're playing at home or not. If they're playing at home, yes.
Well, right now they would not be playing at home. They'd be fighting for a wild card.
Yeah.
In the American League. And I would assume that's why guys like Gardner and Swisher and Derek Jeter and Johnny Damon and their speed, their ability to manufacture runs, so very important.
Well, and they got the manager for that. Joe Girardi had managed in the National League at Florida, did a great job with the Marlins before he was unceremoniously shown the door after a good year with Florida.
Won the manager of the year.
Yeah.
I think it was pretty clear he and ownership did not see eye to eye. And
so my point is he knows how to work that, get some extra runs when you're not hitting home runs. I like Boston's lineup better, if that's what you're asking me.
Well, I guess you remember well from your days in the American League. It's a league where you don't sacrifice much. You sit back and wait and hit home runs, but the Yankees do bunt. And that ball thrown out of play. And Derek Lowe waits for another.
Bill Welke wants the on deck circle cleaned up because the Braves are not hitting in the weighted bat and all the stuff still lying there. That should have been put away. Got it out of the way, and Bill Welke will be happy.
He had a fun night last night, huh?
It's not often you see an umpire basically tell a manager, you want to be thrown out? Is that what you want? Wasn't a very demonstrative heave-ho either.
No. Another walk. Jeter's on base for the third straight time in this game. Derek Lowe's walked 3 and now faces Damon with 2 out. The Yankees again have the bases loaded, and Roger McDowell is out to talk it over.
Yeah, so much for that quick inning. Up to 64 pitches, folks, and we're only in the 3rd inning.
Johnny Damon has singled, has walked, and has been erased on ground balls by Mark Teixeira twice.
5 hits and 2 walks already for the top 4 guys in the order.
Kind of like last night where the top 4 guys were so destructive. And the Yankees sharpening their claws. They'll take on the Mets at Citi Field starting tomorrow. And they won't get Johan Santana, who pitched today. Santana beat Chris Carpenter of the Cardinals. 1 strike to Johnny Damon. Well, it's a shame that he couldn't have spent his entire career in Kansas City with the Royals. Small market club just couldn't keep him. And Damon Turner playing a huge role for the Yankees as Lowe just can't find the rhythm here in this third inning. 2 balls and a strike.
It was a pretty good pitch, but Damon's trying to make him get the ball up. Not having to worry about a 2-strike pitch. He's waiting for Lowe to make a mistake upstairs with the bases loaded here.
And this is what American League East offensive baseball is all about now. Work the count and force the opposing pitcher either into frustration or, as you said, a big mistake. Hitters count 3 balls and a strike. Ground ball past Kochman into the right field corner. Gardner scores. Ransom will score. Here comes Jeter around third. He's going to score. It's a triple for Johnny Damon. Great patience by the Yankee left fielder, and he pounced on a 3-1 pitch.
Knee high. Derek Lowe had to throw him a strike or risk walking in a run. And that unique swing of Damon's where the top hand always comes flying off. He got the barrel of the bat out there and no contest. Everybody in standing up on the triple.
And here's a predicament for Atlanta with all the heavy work by the middle relief guys last night. Here we are in the third inning again with 6 more runs across for the Yankees. You really need Derek Lowe to try to stay in this game and be his own relief pitcher, as it were, just to buy some time and lessen the load and hope Atlanta's bats can come back.
Chris Medlin, who took the loss here last night and worked 2 2/3 innings, is up again.
Line to Kochman, who went to a knee, and Teixeira, and the Yankees are retired. 3 more runs, 3 more hits, and the third Derek Lowe walk of the game. It's the Yankees now 6, Atlanta 1, bottom of the third inning. And enter for your chance to win. Airtran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
Can't beat those Airtran 717s.
Was that a 717 leaving
yeah.
Hartsfield Jackson Airport?
Headed for Philly.
0-2 to Prado. I think the Yankees have found their hitting stroke. In the first 14 innings of this series, no runs and 4 hits. In the last 7, I want to send the kids into another room. 14 runs and 20 hits.
And as we suspected at the beginning of the series, Francisco Cervelli would be the guy to probably help him break out.
No question about it. That one fisted over second and will drop. Good start for Atlanta in the third. Wasn't that one of your keys to the series? Keep Cervelli under control.
Can't control him. You just hope. Can't stop him. Only hope to control him. Time now to take a look at the SunTrust Solid Performer, brought to you by SunTrust. Live solid, bank solid. Most career homers by a switch hitter. You know Chipper's right in there, but because the Yankees are in town, you need to know that Mickey Mantle has the most by any switch hitter, 536. Eddie Murray, second. Pretty good company for Mr. Larry Wayne Jones.
Boy, come on, Chip.
Nothing wrong with making Pettit work. His pitch count creeping up toward 50. Oh, my. Boy, the strike zone has been east-west all night tonight.
Yankees have lost 6 of their last 8 on the road. Braves have won 5 of their last 8 at home. But not a good start to this game for Derek Lowe.
6 runs, 10 hits in 3 innings. Braves starter, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yankees have not announced who their starter will be tomorrow. That is a to be announced. I know they get Mike Pelfrey from the Mets. Then A.J. Burnett against Tim Redding, and then Chien-Ming Wong against Livan Hernandez.
I might think about Phil Hughes.
Citibank will be hopping. Yeah, I would too. I was very impressed with Phil Hughes.
Full count to Chipper, down 5 runs. You got to figure Prado's not going to be moving. He's not. With that pickoff move of Pettit playing a role as well, Chipper keeps the at-bat alive by fouling the 3-2 pitch away. Rough start for John Smoltz and the Red Sox. Washington batted around in the first inning, leads him and the Boston club 5-0. The Red Sox are here tomorrow night. Chipper down on strikes. Third for Pettit, 1 on 1 out for McCann.
Struck out 7 in that start at Florida when he beat the Marlins 5-1. No walks on that occasion. He's walked 1 tonight, making 2 tonight. That led to a run in the first inning after 2 were out.
Bryan was the second man that walked in that frame. One of the great arguments in baseball might be, who's the best young catcher in baseball? Since the start of the 2006 season, Brian McCann, 3rd highest batting average among all catchers. But from there, the numbers are even more impressive. Fly ball center field. Gardner, though, will stop at the edge of the track, 2 out.
See, that's just a routine out for him.
Yep.
Any other center fielder is on his horse with his back to the infield running that one down. He might track it down because it hung up a little bit, but he's literally camped under it because he plays so deep. I don't know if that's also a product of playing at Yankee Stadium, the dimensions in center field there.
Same as the old ballpark.
At 408 or so. So nothing out of the ordinary.
I've never seen the ballpark at the College of Charleston. I don't know if they had a deep center field there, but maybe that's where he got in the habit. Certainly at Fenway Park, you can play deep with that triangle out in right center field. Coming into this year, he had not made a major league error. He has 3 so far in 2009.
I'll bet he's 10 steps behind where Nate McLeod plays.
That's got to frustrate the heck out of a hitter. You crush a ball, hit it to the warning track, and it's nothing.
Can of corn.
Yeah.
Hopefully some bloops will fall in then.
Boy, let's go.
Like Prado's to start the inning.
Back in it. Come on.
Jeter at short. And the inning is over. Another leadoff man is left stranded for Atlanta in a scoreless third. All Yankees so far in our Airtran Airways home run inning of the game. Register at PeachTreeTV.com/Braves for the official rules and your chance to win.
That's an interesting one. Would that be the no, they didn't have an all-star game when Babe played for the Boston Braves. So that rules him out.
And Phil Niekro starred for so many years here in Atlanta, but won his 300th game as a Yankee. Could Phil Niekro be on that list?
How many are there, Hal? 3. There's 3 of them.
Don't you hate it when he has that just smug look on his face like they have no chance?
Mm-hmm.
We get that an awful lot, by the way. We ought to get it, he said. That's even scarier.
How about Kenny Lofton? No.
A-Rod scorches that ball to Escobar. Picks it up, fires high, and off the facing of the Braves dugout. And A-Rod busting it down the line is 3 for 3 in this game. That ball was rocketed. That's got to be a hit, I would think.
That's how it used to jump off his bat. Just a one-hop sizzler. That trying to rush his throw. He might have gotten him with a good throw. That might be the only consideration. I go base hit.
I believe Jack Wilkinson is the official scorer. Oh, did you see that? That's ruled an error, and Yunel Escobar looked up to the official score and was most displeased. E6 was the call. And Escobar, arms folded at short in disbelief, charged with an error.
Charged with a throwing error. It's a base hit in my book.
That one might be reviewed at game's end. As it is now, Escobar charged with error number 10.
You know what? Low. And then as that pitch is being delivered, see the stance he's in right now at shortstop with that wide, his feet wide apart. He had his glove on, but that's exactly the way he was getting ready to field the next pitch. He was in no position to field the ball. He's let that bother him. He's complaining to Prado.
And a base hit. Prado, a little flat-footed, moving to his right. A-Rod on his way to third. First and third for the Yankees with nobody out. Now look, at the end of the day, the name on the front's a lot more important than the name on the back. And if you really think that it's the wrong call, there's a way to go about asking for it to be reviewed.
Well, everybody's had some calls go against him one time or another, but to stand out there on the next pitch and not be ready to field your position again is inexcusable.
And so Bobby Cox on his way out to the mound to get Derek Lowe, who, to be fair, was shellacked tonight.
Well, this is reminiscent of his start at Baltimore 2 starts ago, where he just couldn't get the ball down. Got knocked out in the third inning and gave up 7 runs.
6 across so far for Lowe. The 2 men aboard are his responsibility. And Atlanta has to go into its bullpen early tonight in the wrap-up with the Yankees. An expletive in disagreement with that call.
Well, you know what? Were I not on the air, I might have mouthed an expletive last night. Last night when he didn't cover second base on the steal and the ball hit Jeter and went into center field. You got to play the game right.
And if you're more concerned about your stats, then you've got a bigger problem than having an error charged against you. And our great stat guy Hal Galima brings up an excellent point. The final game in Boston, he and Chipper were looking at each other, and a ball dropped between them off the bat of David Ortiz. It very easily could have been ruled an error for an easier play that should have been made and wasn't.
Yes.
And so in the grand scheme of things, those things do even out. You got to play the game. let the scorer score. If you disagree with the call.
Great talent. He's got great skills. As good an offensive player at shortstop as any in the game. But it's those things we talked about at the beginning of our broadcast tonight, Chip, about mental mistakes and lapses.
And he's already been singled out, fairly or unfairly, for that in the last 2 weeks. He was pulled out of that game in Baltimore.
He was indeed.
And as Bobby said, that's as close as Bobby Cox will ever come to publicly reprimanding a player, when he said, we don't do things lackadaisically here. And I've talked to him an awful lot about his manner of play from time to time. So first and third for Chris Medlen now. 2 quick strikes to Nick Swisher. It's been that kind of night again for Atlanta. Derek Lowe, 11 hits in 3 innings plus. Lowe did not strike out a batter. And as we said before, this Yankee club in a stretch of 8 straight games facing pitchers they'd never seen before. Well, they'd seen Lowe before, and they jumped all over him tonight.
Braves be willing to concede a run again for a double play here. Hoping they can mount some offense against Andy Pettit. Just trying to stay out of a big inning. Good pitch.
Swisher down on strikes. That's the first Yankee hitter to whiff tonight, and that sets up a double play perhaps, but we've got fleet-footed Gardner coming up.
Chris Medlen threw a lot of pitches last night. Threw 45 pitches in his 2 2/3 innings, and right back out there again tonight. Strikes out the first guy he faces. Good work.
Yeah, he looked great the first 2 innings. Set down 6 straight Yankees with a couple of strikeouts. The walk, then the pickoff, then the homer. And with 2 outs, it all came apart for him in that 6th inning. Again, in fairness to Medlen, he had not pitched in what, a week?
Yeah.
Before last night's game?
Might have been 10 days.
And if so, he and Acosta had a very long stretch. It was 10. I beg your pardon. It was an even longer drought for Chris. Well, if you can get a ground ball in turn 2 against this guy, you are doing it defensively. Gardner at 143 at bats now. Has hit into 3 double plays.
They all must have been hit sharply.
Yeah.
Might have been some line drives and double up somebody on the bases.
I don't know, we've talked about this before, but I think it bears repeating. The way our game is evolving or changing or reverting, whichever verb you want to use, guys like Gardner are going to become increasingly more valuable as speed, and I don't want to say the little man because Gardner is a pretty big fella, but baseball is welcoming back guys whose skills don't necessarily mean hitting the ball out of the ballpark every 3rd or 4th at bat now.
Look at this Yankee team. I mean, they've got a good mixture, even with Jeter at age 35. He turns 35 tomorrow. Running. Got some guys that are running. He's got 16 swipes. Damon's got 6. And this guy's got 16.
And the Yankee team, 54 steals. High pop fly. Chipper Jones in foul ground is under that. Makes the catch. Runner at first, Posada fakes a tag, but will not advance. So Medlen comes in, retires the first 2 he's assigned. And now the infield can relax for the moment with 2 outs and Cody Ransom the hitter.
This guy's a good player. They've missed him in that they haven't had him around as their super utility player, kind of their Omar Infante, who the Braves sorely miss.
And if you missed it last night, talked to Omar before the ball game. The cast is off his hand. He's able to grip the bat now. But they're going to make him wait a full week or so before allowing him to even begin swinging off a tee. And Omar Infante hopeful of coming back at the close of the All-Star break for Atlanta. And Ransom ahead in the count now. 2 balls, no strikes. Former San Francisco Giant.
Pretty high draft choice for them, wasn't he?
Let's see. 9th round in '98. Then bounced around for a while. Played with the Cubs, Texas, Seattle, Houston, now Yankee organizations. And grounds that one foul past A-Rod. 2 balls and a strike.
He's got more power than Nick Green, but you might draw some comparisons to Nick's route from Atlanta to Boston and the way Ransom has wound up here.
By the way, did you see the highlights of Nick Green last night?
Did not.
Almost got impaled by a maple bat.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah.
Ball and spear end of the bat arrived at short at the same time, and he was lucky to get out of the way. Fly ball left center field. Ransom chases home at least one. Posada around third. He gets the green light. There'll be no throw. Eight runs charged to Derek Lowe. Ransom 2 for 3.
This is one of those plays as a center fielder that just happened. When you're playing in normal depth, he also pulled it away from Nate McLeod, who had no chance to track it down. That's out in the general vicinity of where Gardner caught the fly ball from McCann this last half inning.
So every Yankee regular player, with the exception of Mark Teixeira, already has a hit tonight. And it's only inning number 4. Jorge's wondering, when did they put the piano on that play? Scored from first on that play. Now Pettit down 0-2. I guess we ought to stop whining about the Yankees not getting to use their DH.
Yeah.
The National League Parks, huh? Got 8 runs on the board already, and the inning mercifully comes to an end. 2 runs, 2 hits, a questionable error, and a disappointing display at short. Yankees have a big 8-1 lead.
3 players that were named All-Stars for both the Yankees and the Braves. I got nothing. What you got? We're 0 for up here.
Well, we said Phil Niekro.
You did have Niekro. I beg your pardon.
Johnny Saint and Gary Sheffield.
All right.
By the way, Gary Sheffield has been rejuvenated, as it were, since joining the New York Mets.
Did you read the story about him today, though? They were talking about how he might have to go on the disabled list with a bad hamstring, and he said, no way. Gary had so many injuries, and he wasn't going to have any of that.
Yeah, had to take a cortisone shot behind a knee as well. Try to stay in the lineup for the Mets, who beat the Cardinals today. And with that win at the moment, the injury-riddled New York Mets are 1 game out of first place. Garrett Anderson, the hitter for Atlanta, flied out to center his first time. A gigantic lead for Andy Pettitte. 8 runs across for the Yankees. 7 of those 8 have come with 2 outs. Two balls and a strike. Boone Logan and Eric O'Flaherty have begun to loosen in the Braves bullpen. Braves with 3 left-handers down there now. Anderson pops it up. Deep short. Derek Jeter twisting, looking for help. Gardner can't get there. Damon never saw it. Told you Johnny Damon's had some adventures in left field for the Yankees. That one dropped harmlessly between 3 New York defenders, and there's a break for Atlanta.
First of all, Brett Gardner had to come from Lawrenceville. He was not going to get there to make this catch. We already pointed out how deep he plays. Johnny Damon made no effort. I don't know if he saw the ball or not off the bat. Looked like he was kind of hunting and pecking for it all the way. And Garrett Anderson, down by 7, stayed at first. And another leadoff man on for Atlanta.
1, 2, 3 times the Braves have had the leadoff man on in this game against Pettitte. And they've only been able to advance one of those men as many as 9 feet. But Francoeur with a good approach his last time up. Smashed a single through the whole right side for a leadoff hit. He was 3 for 8 in this series.
Man, how did he get around on that?
Come on, Jeff.
It was right in on his belt buckle.
Tampa Bay beating the Phillies tonight. That's 6-4 in the 4th inning of play. Phillies with the lead in the division over the New York Mets. Florida's up 6-0 over Baltimore. Here come the Marlins, folks. Keep an eye on Freddie's fish. Ground ball fair past A-Rod. Again, he was able to get his hands in on a pitch at his belt buckle, and Francoeur doubles with nobody out.
Well, lest we forget, Andy Pettitte hasn't exactly dazzled the Braves tonight. Francoeur, yes, picked one right off the top of the ground there and bounced it by A-Rod. But if they can just keep pecking away at Pettitte and figure out a way to get some of these guys in that they get on early in the inning, they can make a game of it.
Two on, nobody out.
Okay.
And Matt Diaz grabs the bat. He's in the on-deck circle with bat for Chris Medlin.
Boy.
Hitters count 2-0 from Pettit. Fly ball, well hit right field. That's over Swisher's head. That'll bring home 2. 8-3 score, 3 straight hits, and 17 Kochman doubles.
Now get him over and get him in. And cut the lead down to 4. This ball really jumped off Casey's bat and fooled Swisher a little bit. Nick made a good play out there last night to save extra bases, making a leaping catch into the fence. Couldn't track that one down.
It's been an unseasonably cool and wet early spring and early summer in New York. This may be the hottest night that Andy Pettit has worked, and even with a big lead, he is laboring tonight. Pettit has not yet recorded a 1-2-3 inning either in this game. And 3 runs, 6 hits across for Matt Diaz. Matt asks, was it on the swing or on the corner? And the answer was on the corner. Braves with 2 runs across without anybody being out.
That's a novelty lately.
Matty's got him right where he wants him.
Last night, you might remember, the Braves fell behind 4-1, but kept fighting back until the Yankees just kept adding inning after inning, scoring in each of the last 4 innings. Finally make the final 8-4, but had closed the gap to 4-3 at one point.
Did it hit him? Yes, it did. On an 0-2 pitch, Diaz gets plunked.
And also got Posada. Sometimes the ricochet on a hit batsman hurts the catcher as bad. But I don't know where it got him. We'll find out here. Knee, and then the inside of Posada's knee. To the, just below his bare hand, nailed him right on the inside of the right leg.
And as you can see on Posada's shin guard, not a whole lot of padding, just the straps for the shin guards protecting the inner portion of that right knee. And now Atlanta 2 across, down 5, nobody out, and 2 on from McLeod, who shows bunt. And apparently drew the bat back in time. 1 ball, no strikes.
May have dinged Posada a little bit. Joe Girardi can certainly sympathize. He is a former big league catcher too.
Pop back our way. They call the catcher's gear the tools of ignorance. If that's the case, how come so many catchers are major league managers? It's time to take a look at who's on deck for the Braves. Brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, located on the web at mbusa.com. One ball, one strike. A.J. Hinch, former catcher. Boschi, former catcher. Joe Torre, former catcher. John Russell, former catcher. On and on you go. Freddie Gonzalez, former catcher. Just a brief glimpse through the National League. Fly ball, well hit center field, but again, Gardner playing so deeply, tracks that down on the track. Tagging from second, moving to third is Kochman. And a productive out for McLeod. Runners now first And third, one away in the fourth.
Tony La Russa, also a former catcher.
We got Girardi here. Eric Wedge in Cleveland. Mike Scioscia. And it's understandable. Catchers have to handle so many different things. They probably have a very good feel for how the game's supposed to be run.
Wakamatsu in Seattle also. Chance to get one more run here without the benefit of a hit.
And still a ton of time left. 8-3. Yankees in front.
Damn.
And activity has begun in the Yankee bullpen. New York knows that the Red Sox are getting shellacked by the Nationals tonight. They can gain a game in the standings. And Aceves, who's been a very good performer, begins to loosen. 0-2 your count.
It's only the second time all year that Martin has come up with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. He's 1 for 1, but he's in the hole here 0-2. And like last night when he was 0-2, he's got him right where he wants him. Remember, he had a pinch hit base hit to right.
That was right past Teixeira. And he took a shot that way again with 2 strikes. That's such an intelligent approach against a guy like Pettit. Yeah, he'll pitch inside and all, but would you say the odds are much more favorable for a hitter to try to take Andy Pettit the other way?
Well, behind in the count you can, or you need to think that way again, because he likes to throw that backdoor breaking ball that he wants the hitters to give up on.
1-2. Popped up. Jeter going out. Gardner coming in. Still coming. He can't get it. There's a spot where playing deeply cost him, and they can't get the force at second. Good call, Joe. You said he ought to move in a couple of steps, and that's an example of why.
He's just playing out there so deep, and I said earlier you might get some bloops to drop in, and here's one maybe where Jeter hurt him a little bit too by being so close. He may have heard some footsteps with Derek real close to this ball, because he kind of stopped and kind of reached for it. He almost overran the ball.
Heads up play by Jeter to fire into second, knowing a force was still in effect. And now the Braves crowd starts to holler. A long one here makes it a 1-run game.
Score that an E8.
So the 4th error for Gardner. And no RBI on the play for Martin Prado, who stands at first.
And if he had caught the ball, there was no way that Kochman could score, because Casey had come down the line. In case it dropped, he was going to be able to score. He didn't tag up. And that was the right base running play.
1-1 the count. Line drive right side. Right into the seats on a hop. Again, Chipper trying to take Pettit the other way.
He made some good pitches to Chipper last time up. Remember, he got Chipper to swing through a fastball. And that may be what kind of is in the back of Chipper's head right now, is that he doesn't want to miss another fastball.
0-2. Did he go? No.
Hands were out there, but the head of the bat never really did follow. Close.
Andy Pettit, who's had some back trouble early this season for the Yankees, in bigger trouble tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chipper. Miss low. 2-2. Well, a lot of pacing around and shuffling of feet by the Yankees defensively.
87 pitches now for Pettit in the 4th.
Ground ball foul past A-Rod. We'll do it again.
That was a very defensive swing by Chipper. Not one of those where he really pulled the trigger. He just was trying to make contact, fight it off, and hope to live to see another pitch.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Pettit did that because he wasn't convinced that that was the pitch he wanted to throw. And he shakes off a sign from Posada and starts over. I'm still not sure.
Well, they had a lot of meetings last night. You made the point that it looked like Brian Bruni had had enough of Cervelli's demonstrative gesturing behind the plate. No such trouble here, but with Chipper Jones, last year's National League batting champion, working the count even, and McCann next. Pettit needs to be sure.
Breaking ball. Andy Pettit has a cutter on his fastball too. It's nothing like Mariano Rivera's cutter, but he will run the ball in on the right-hander's hands.
A couple of weeks ago, he made a start where he really didn't have that pitch, and it cost him dearly. 2 balls, 2 strikes. What an at bat by Chipper Jones. This is a war of attrition right now.
The other day we had a play where Nate McLeod, I think it was against the Cubs, first and second, McLeod at second. I thought it was a great idea to send the runners because Chipper's so good at putting the ball in play, but on that occasion he struck out and they threw out McLeod. I'd still send him here.
3-2.
Pettit thought so too.
But the Braves didn't tip their hand with Diaz on a 2-strike pitch getting hit. That's another key play in this inning.
The only thing is here, you don't really want to run yourself out of an inning with Brian McCann on deck too. That may keep them from running.
They hold. And they're loaded for McCann. Folks, you want to talk about a major league at bat in a very important situation. Chipper Jones fought off 3 or 4 nasty pitches and forced Pettit into 2 consecutive mistakes, and now they're loaded.
And a tough spot for Joe Girardi in that he's got his 7-game winner out there, and the veteran who has 222 wins with an 8-4 lead, but he's not the pitcher of record. We're only in the 4th. And how far do you go with him?
May depend on what McCann does. He was thinking about making it 6 of 7.
Like he was looking for that hook too. Had a good swing at it. Got to remember who's in trouble here. Be smart, be patient. Brian went up there looking for the curve on the first pitch. Got it. Couldn't connect. And now he's got to throw strikes. Pulled off that one a little bit. I think, like you said, Chip, trying to hit it a mile.
A-Rod way off the line at third base, and we have seen Brian McCann with 2 strikes just trying to punch the ball down the left field line, and there's a lot of real estate for him to work with if Pettit pitches him away here. And he is down on 4 pitches. So a big second out brings up Yunel Escobar.
This is the way they pitched Brian last night, and it was effective. Breaking balls, and they got ahead of him. They started throwing breaking balls in the dirt, and he offered. This might be the at-bat of the game right here for Atlanta.
Yeah, you've got 3 across. The bases loaded, 1 out. You get nothing else. You almost feel deflated instead of energized by cutting the Yankee lead in half. So let's see what Unell can do with 3 teammates aboard, but 2 outs. This is where he and the Braves have been so good this year.
Already a double tonight, an RBI on a breaking ball. .375 average with runners in scoring position and 2 out.
Hot shot off Teixeira's glove. That'll bring home 2. It's an 8-6 game. Escobar is holding that right hip. Andy Pettit's holding the baseball, but he won't be holding it long as Joe Girardi has to come get his veteran left-hander.
Goes the other way on what looked like a slider, and you know what a good first baseman Teixeira is, but it was too hot a shot for him to handle, and look how far he was off the line. But he slowed it down enough to let 2 runs score easily. And we got a 2-run ball game.
Or as you like to say, we've got a way gun.
Yes, we do.
8-6 your score, and the Braves aren't done. Chipper Jones at second, and Alfredo Aceves out of Sonora, Mexico, is on for New York.
He is a big horse too, 6'3", 225. Came up to the big leagues last year with the Yankees after playing in the Mexican League for about 6 years. But look at these numbers, only 6 walks to 27 strikeouts in 31 innings and just a .219 average against.
Aceves pitched in Yucatan and for my favorite nickname in the Mexican League, the Monterrey Sultans. In 2006 and 2007, came up with the Yankees last year and pitched in 6 games and pitched real well for them.
Well, that old school pitching matchup we previewed didn't really materialize tonight for either Derek Lowe or Andy Pettitte. But a good comeback for the Braves to get back in the game here and still a chance with tying runs aboard to make it even.
Garrett Anderson hits for the 2nd time in the inning. He started things off with a single. Boy, a couple of really key at-bats in this Atlanta 4th. Jeff Rancourt golfing a double down the 3rd base line. Matt Diaz with 2 strikes getting hit by a pitch. Prado at bat when Gardner couldn't corral it, playing so deeply, and then the Chipper Jones base on balls.
We'll go back to Anderson leading off the inning. Just a bloop pop up out there in left center, and nobody got leather on him.
So the Yankees, who led this thing 8-1, Now lead 8-6. So all the Braves bats trying to bring them back even. At the very least, they're down 2 now. You need some shutdown innings out of the pen, which Atlanta could not get last night. Off-speed pitch, a beauty, strikes out Garrett Anderson. 10 men come to the plate, 5 of them score. Look at this offensive barrage by the Braves. Yankees played deep, that cost them dearly, and a mistake or two didn't hurt. 5 runs across. We've got a game. 8-6. Well, this big crowd at Turner Field certainly has been entertained in all 3 games of this 3-game series with the Yankees. Braves with a big 4th-inning comeback have made a game of it. Now Eric O'Flaherty is on, and he'll face the top of the New York order. With Atlanta down 2, needs some shutdown work out of the Pensmen tonight.
Yeah, fire up some zeros and see if the offense can keep this barrage going.
Good way to stop the Yankees is to stop Derek Jeter. He's been on base 3 times tonight and has scored 3 Yankee runs.
A lot of the good in the last half inning for Atlanta was kind of following what you had talked about earlier, Chip. Wouldn't it be nice to have some of these rallies before you get 2 outs? And that's what happened.
Leads to some big innings. Ground ball short. Escobar kicks that. That'll be another error.
Right at him, but it came up and hit him in the heel of the glove.
And what do we say in our open? Cannot give good teams extra outs. 2 more Braves errors tonight. They committed 2 last night and 1 in game 1 of this series. That's 5 in 2.5 games. Now Flaherty has to work overtime against Johnny Damon, who singled and tripled home 3. Let's keep an eye on Jeter, as Joe mentioned. 35 years old. tomorrow. 16 out of 17 in stolen bases. Good pitch, 1-1. Eric O'Flaherty out of Walla Walla, Washington. Former Seattle Mariner. Has pitched very effectively out of the Braves bullpen this year. Back problems are a thing of the past, apparently. A terrific waiver claim pickup after Will Oman and the Braves could not come to terms. Check swing and foul by Damon. 1-2.
He had not had any trouble to speak of with left-handed hitters until a little over a week ago. Ran into some problems in Cincinnati and some lefties touched him, but prior to that he handled them just fine.
And as my dad would have asked of a man from Walla Walla, do you like mahi mahi, couscous, and bora bora?
Yes, he would have.
Right over the inside corner, freezes Damon. No trouble with that left-handed man. First time Damon's been retired. 1 out.
We got a taste of Eric O'Flaherty's fire in Boston the other day when he didn't get the call on a pitch just like this to J.D. Drew. He's a tough competitor and certainly not afraid to pitch inside, as he demonstrated there.
Teixeira lines a ball toward right. Francoeur is there. Thinks about firing back at Jeter, who has to respect his arm. They play together on WBC. And Tex is hitless in the game. 2 quick outs for A-Rod.
Third baseman number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Alex Rodriguez in the first inning launched one to straightaway center, his 10th homer of the year, his first homer in 70 at bats on the road, and then another good piece of hitting. Got a fastball coming back to him, and that plated another one in the second inning.
Well, Eric O'Flaherty, one of his big thrills was facing his childhood hero, Ken Griffey Jr. While with Seattle, he struck him out. Now he'll try to get Alex Rodriguez, another former Seattle Mariner, and get him in his strikeout book too. And to do so, that would mean a scoreless fifth, and the Braves bats would go right back to work against the Yankee bullpen.
The Mariners had some trouble early in their history with first picks in the draft. They missed on some guys, but they certainly didn't miss on Griffey and A-Rod, did they?
No. I was in Seattle when A-Rod got picked. You were there when they took Junior. And it's funny how the fortunes of the Mariners might have been very, very different had they not selected Griffey and A-Rod. It was not a certainty that they were going to take Ken Griffey, correct?
Yeah, there was some other players in the draft that year that they were taking a look at, but money was an issue too.
One guy in particular is in the ballpark. Mike Harkey, who's the bullpen coach for the Yankees, later went to the Chicago Cubs, was on the Mariners list. And A-Rod actually called the Mariners and said, don't draft me, I want to play for the Dodgers. And Tommy Lasorda and Darren Dreifert would have been that choice. And after an early brilliant career, Dreifert blew out and flamed out very quickly, while A-Rod closing in now on 600 major league home runs. He's tied Reggie Jackson on the list with 563 tonight.
Trying to get him to chase a fastball off the plate, but those haven't been close enough to make him offer. I don't think I would give in to him here, given the way Posada's been swinging the bat. Jorge's got a base hit tonight that looked bad in game 1.
And ball 4. Just think about this Yankee lineup again. With the National League rules in place, they have to change their lineup a bit. With this big ballpark, defensively, Joe Girardi has to play a little differently. But as things stand now, the Yankees do not have Hideki Matsui, their DH, in the lineup. They don't have Melky Cabrera in the lineup, and they don't have Robinson Cano in the lineup, and they still have 8 runs on the board on 12 hits.
Solid team.
No secret as to how they think they can beat you. As Posada bats with 2 on and 2 out. He's walked, singled, and scored in 3 plate appearances in the wrap-up game tonight.
So you don't give in to A-Rod, but now you got to make some pitches.
And he does. Escobar fields cleanly this time, and that retires the side. There's the shutout inning Atlanta was looking for. Nothing happening in the Yankee 5th.
Call 1-800-745-3000.
So that'll be a star-studded show. And plenty of stars on display in Atlanta tonight with Jeff Francoeur starting things off. Good approaches by Jeff in this game. 2 more hits. 4 for 9 in the series. He scored 1 of the 6 Rays runs so far in the game.
4 for 9 with a homer and a line shot to right field tonight.
Broken bat roller to Derek Jeter. He stays with it. And the Yankees finally retire Francoeur for the first out in the Braves' 5th inning.
Escobar made a great pitch to Garrett Anderson to strike him out to finally end the 4th. And that was a good pitch, another off-speed pitch to have Francoeur hit one off the end of the bat.
Come on, Case. Let's go, kid.
1 ball, no strikes.
Boy, on that base.
Another big hit in the 4th inning. Casey Kochman coming up and driving one over Nick Swisher's head to plate a couple. Casey's up to 28 RBIs.
In foul ground, Teixeira is there. And he will make the play for the 2nd out. And let's see, is that Javi Vasquez?
Yeah.
Vasquez will grab a bat. It is only the 5th inning. You don't want to use all your better benchmen in the middle innings of what could very well be a tight ball game. So Bobby will use Vasquez here against Aceves.
Yeah, run upstairs and grab your spikes, Javi. You're going to hit next inning if there's 2 out, nobody on.
Yeah, pitchers love that.
And he's got a good career average, much better than his 2 for 27 this season. Started this year with a 200 average.
Well, Mariano Rivera last night, only the 2nd time in his career he got a chance to hit. Actually apologized to Joe Girardi and his teammates. I just had to swing there. The bases are loaded. It's the 1 time in his career he had to take a shot, and he hit the ball hard before flying out. And even Jabba Chamberlain, the Yankee starter, stung the ball as he hit that ball off Kenshin Kawakami, you might recall, that ended his night after 3.
Boy.
This guy's got a couple of good pitches, not just a change up. That was a good curveball. Look at the career numbers for Javi, including a homer.
Baby.
And looky here, the Braves pitcher ahead in the count. Vasquez, a former Yankee, trying to sting his club here with 2 out.
Pop.
Count.
Well, the Braves were down 8-1. Baseball's a funny game. In the immortal words of Joaquin Andujar, you can sum it up in 2 words: you never know.
Was Joaquin related to Yogi Berra?
Might have been.
Base on balls to Vasquez.
Love it. Get Nate up there to hit a home run and tie it up just because Javi walked.
So the McLaughlin of the South is up 0 for 3. This feels like a Yankees Red Sox game, doesn't it?
I wouldn't know.
Good point. Joe, this feels like a Yankees Red Sox game. Battle of whose bullpen can bend the least, as neither Lowe nor Pettit pitched well tonight. Braves down 2, and now ball 2 to Nate McLeod.
He's got a little something in his eye. Good hitters count, though.
Now it's 3-0. Posada might be telling Aceves, hey, it might be a good idea to throw the ball over the plate. Big hitters are coming up.
And we're ahead by 2.
Yeah.
Outfield deep as usual. A lot of room between the outfielders and infielders again.
Broken bat liner over first. That's a fair ball into the corner. Javi around second. On his way to third. Brian Snitker will hold him there.
Wisely so. Javi was running good. Cut the corner at second and at third pretty sharply, but Swisher able to get it in quick enough to keep Vasquez at third base. Nate with a broken bat. Ric Flair to right. And down into the corner. See, Javi was moving, watching his coach. Had to throw the brakes on. Funny things happen when you walk the pinch hitter, especially when he's the pitcher.
High fly ball left field. Damon is under it. He's there. And the side is retired. Braves strand. Vasquez at third. McLeod at second. Nothing happening after 5. It's an 8-6 Yankee game. Back at Turner Field in Atlanta, the season debut now of left-hander Boone Logan. He's on for New York in inning number 6 with Jeff Bennett out with a broken hand. Logan summoned from AAA Gwinnett, where he was very effective in 29 games.
Yeah, 17 walks, 39 strikeouts in 35 innings. That's a few too many walks, but a very low batting average against him. Just 26 hits allowed. He came over with Javi Vasquez from the White Sox for Brent Lillibridge, Tyler Flowers, John Gilmore, and Santos Rodriguez in December. Last year, 55 games with the White Sox. He was 2-3 with a .595 ERA. He's been in 144 major league games, so he's been to this party before. 24 years old, 6'5", 215. Out of San Antonio, Texas.
Nick Swisher greets him first in the 6th. And one pitch. Wow.
It's a good start. You might remember that if you were watching the Braves in spring training and the decision was coming down to the last day or two over which left-hander might make the ball club, O'Flaherty or Boone Logan, it was a toss-up right down to the end. They both pitched well. O'Flaherty won out, but it could have easily been Boone Logan.
And now with Logan, O'Flaherty, and Gonzalez, the Braves have 3 left-handers in their bullpen. That is a very nice luxury to have in this day and age of Major League Baseball. Really mix and match if you need to in the late innings. Here's Gardner. Our pitch speed this inning brought to you by AM/PM. Too much good stuff.
That last one at 94. He throws harder than O'Flaherty.
Kind of herky-jerky motion too. Little flare into right that'll hang up for Francoeur. In the middle of the Braves order coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning, and right now momentum clearly in the Braves dugout, but they're still down 2 runs. It's an 8-6 game.
Well, it's a whole lot better than being down 7 though.
Yep. A little life in the ballpark, a little spring in the step right now for the Braves. Got the Yankees on their heels a little bit after the Braves have counterpunched them with a 5-run fourth inning. Ground ball, Chipper dives, scrambles, fires, got Ransom. A 5-pitch sixth and a welcome debut for Boone Logan in an Atlanta Braves uniform. 3 up, 3 down, 8-6 New York.
Street TV back for the first 2 games of the Phillies series, followed by Sports South. Make your plans to be with us.
Chipper Jones making some plans. Get something started, and he does on the very first pitch. A rope right past Cody Ransom, and that brings the tying run to the plate.
Good start. Leadoff men getting on tonight. And the leadoff man on in the second, the third, the fourth, and here in the sixth. Kind of reached out and kind of combed that one into right center.
Ooh. Nice verb. I like that. Combed. Ryan McCann. Breaking balls got him last time up. And they start him off speed here in this 6th inning. So Koch up and throwing in the Yankee pen as time called.
Come on, Mac.
Now a high fastball. It's 0-2. Double play ball.
Just what the Yanks needed, but the key was that Nicevas got ahead of Bryan, put him on the defensive, and all he could muster was just a breaking ball that rolled over the top of it to the second baseman. That was well done by the Yankee pitcher.
After game 1, where McCann was devastatingly effective, went 3 for 4. Bryan has been held in check. 1 for 4 last night. 0-for-3 tonight. So they've adjusted their scouting report as Escobar is up and the base is clear. Goodell has driven home 3 runs, his first start this year for the Braves in the number 5 spot in the order, and it's a run producing spot, and that facet of his game tonight has been very, very effective.
Like I said, great talent. As good an offensive player at shortstop as you want to see. Is he handling Ramirez? No, he doesn't have Ramirez power. Doesn't have Jimmy Rollins' speed or Jose Reyes' speed, but he can do a lot of things for you offensively and drive in a ton of runs. It's just sometimes trying to figure out what's going on between his ears. Ball had him ducking.
Come on, let's go. Lloyd.
Stay alive here in the Atlanta sixth.
It's tough to pitch to, Chip. You know, he hangs out over the plate. He can drive the ball to right field, as we saw his last at bat when he played it a couple. He can turn on a fastball inside. And to use your term, once in a while he'll go up there looking for a pitch and ambush one and hit it 452 feet like he did. Where was that, Arizona?
Because you don't think of him as a home run hitting guy. He's got 7 of them. He's a very powerfully built player. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Braves need a right and a long ball to tie it. Still a lot of time left. That's why he's such a tough out. He will spray the ball in every direction. Hot shot to Jeter. Backhand from the cut of the grass and a perfect throw. Jeter had it played perfectly and threw a strike to retire the side in the Atlanta sixth. And Andy Pettit really struggled. Derek Lowe 3+ innings, 7 earned runs as the Atlanta starter. Andy Pettit not much better. 6 runs in 3 2/3 for New York. And now Hideki Matsui will come on and pinch hit for a Cevis in the New York 7th. The Yankees lead it by an 8-6 score. And Matsui, the usual designated hitter for New York. The Yankees in this stretch of 9 consecutive games in National League parks. First time that's happened to them in 7 years. And because of the balky nature of Matsui's knees, Joe Girardi doesn't want to risk having him play the outfield and injuring those legs that have already been drained a couple of times this year for fluid buildup. Matsui, Jeter, then Damon. Logan in the 6th turned in the first 1-2-3 pitching inning of the night for the Braves.
John Smoltz start tonight didn't go the way he wanted. It's 9-1 in the 9th. Washington.
He went 5, I believe, in that game. But if you remember when John was with the Braves, every time he hooked up with the Nationals, they battled him. He lost a lot of 2-1, 3-2 games. Jason Burton was the guy that, for whatever reason, owned Atlanta when John pitched against him. But it's good to see John back playing baseball. Hopefully he's healthy. We'll know more about that tomorrow when the Red Sox are here. And it'll be good to see Mark Kotsay. As you see John's line tonight. Kotsay, a real professional player, doing a nice job for the Red Sox. 7:35, as my partner mentioned, to start tomorrow night.
Yeah, there's a lot of Braves connections there. Not just John and Kotsay, but you got J.D. Drew, who's a Georgia native and played here, and Nick Green, who's from out in Duluth. I think the same high school that Brian McCann attended. And Jason Varitek, former Brave, and Varitek from Tech.
Ground ball on a breaking pitch. Kochman takes it to the bag and beats Matsui by a step. One man down. Four up, four down for Logan. Derek Jeter, the batter. He's been on base 4 times tonight. See those little red dots? That doesn't mean that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is at the game. That means Jeter scored 3 times in the game. Blood Diamond tells us.
Well, you got to understand that Glenn went to scorekeeping school this week.
He did? Lined. That's off Escobar's glove. A sinking line drive. Escobar had the palm of the glove down, and it skipped off his body, and Jack Wilkinson, another tough call. Let's see what he makes.
He's going to short hop him. Looked like he tried to catch it to the backhand side too. He might have been hooking some. That's tough.
That one's a hit.
I think that's a good call. You know, in my opinion, it's usually a play that, if it's a play that a major league player, position player, in this case shortstop, if it's a play they should normally make, then it's an error. But that was a rocket.
Yeah.
And that could have gone, he could have made a great play, or as we saw, just be able to get leather on it.
Fly ball slicing down the left field line. Foul off the bat of Johnny Damon. 0-2.
Ahead in the count. Caught a break there when that one sliced foul. But see what happens now. O'Flaherty struck him out on a good fastball on the inside corner. Good waste pitch. Good stop by McCann.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
A good breaking ball. Worked well for him last inning.
Well out of play to the right side by Damon. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That was the breaking ball, but McCann wanted it away and might have been a hanger. If not a hanger, certainly a slow enough curve that Damon could make an adjustment on it to the inside third. Fortunately, hit foul.
Peter Moylan is in the Braves' pen. 1-2 count. Moves him off the plate a bit. It's now 2-2. Teixeira switch hits, waits next, then Rodriguez, then Posada swisher. Those also are switch hitters with the exception of Aaron. A lot of flexibility on this Yankee roster. Damon not going quietly into this warm, muggy night. Just missed the corner. McCann held it there, didn't get the call. Full count.
Barking at Bill Welke most of the night. That was a good pitch. I guess low.
Barking at him for 2 nights. Welke was at first base last night. Will Jeter run? He will. And ball 4 is inside. So 2 are on with 1 out. Again, Mark Teixeira, the only Yankee regular player without a hit in tonight's game. That's the good news. The bad news is you hope he doesn't break out here and extend the Yankee lead.
The bad news is that he's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. That first double play he hit into in the first inning was hit sharply, but right at Prado. He lined out to Kochman in the 3rd, and he lined out to Francoeur in the 5th. It's not like he's had bad at bats. There's a great shot from up in the Coca-Cola Pavilion. By the way, Phil Koch, down there under the bottle somewhere, is ready to go for the bottom half of the inning.
How ironic is that?
Top of the order for the Yankees done a pretty good job tonight, wouldn't you say, when Jeter and Damon have been on a combined 9 times and we're only in the 7th?
That's 14 times for the top 4. Much like last night again when that group was so dangerous and devastating.
We talked at the beginning of this series, Chip, about what a difference it's made in Mark Teixeira's numbers with the return of Alex Rodriguez. If Alex gets hot like he's been the last game and a half, he's going to get even more pitches to hit.
Yeah, you really do have to pick your poison in the middle of the Yankee order. Runners are going, got a huge jump, ball in the dirt, throw late, a double steal by the Yankees. As we said earlier, this is not a club that just wails away and out slugs you.
Well, he bluffed going the pitch before, and I think he suckered Boone Logan into thinking he was just dancing around back there. So he went, as soon as Boone Logan turned his head away from him, he took off.
Now they'll walk Teixeira intentionally and try to set up a double play. And with regards to your point on Mark, everyone in Atlanta knows his career numbers climb when the weather gets hot. So yes, A-Rod coming back in the month of May was a big lift for Mark Teixeira, but his batting average jumps about 30 points from April to May anyhow. And so Logan, after getting Matsui to tap out, gives up a laser off the bat of Jeter that Escobar couldn't surround. It was ruled a hit. Then Damon walks. Teixeira intentionally passed, and Atlanta looking for a ground ball out of Peter Moylan, who comes in relief in this 7th inning. Friend Mandy Coyell sang the national anthem, and hopefully we'll be singing Peter's praises if he can get A-Rod to hit into a double play that would send this thing to the stretch and send the Braves bats in action down just 8-6.
Check out his ERA, down under 4.5 now. His last 6 outings have covered 4 2/3 innings, and that's 1 hit shutout ball over those 6 outings. 1 hit shutout ball with no walks and 4 strikeouts.
I like the little pun. Down under for Moylan. ERA down under 4.5.
Yeah, I worked on that pretty much all day.
I like that. It was under radar. I loved it. It was good.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him here, Sidney.
Here's A-Rod. He's due to hit an atom ball at somebody, isn't he?
Yeah, 1 hopper.
Now, whether it can be caught or not is an open question, because if he hits the ball on 1 hop, it's going to be a screaming meanie.
Well, one of the things he's done tonight, and maybe what's helped him get out of that horrible spell he was in where he's 1 for 24, is that he's hitting the ball up the middle, and that was a swing there that looked like he wasn't thinking about pulling Peter Moylan. He's thinking about right center field.
And you have to pitch a guy like this inside too to keep him honest. But if you miss, be prepared to pay a heavy price. We saw that last night with 2 strikes. A-Rod ripped a run-scoring hit.
He got Alex to ground out 2 nights ago. He'll take that here.
He's ahead of him 1-2 now. Red Sox in town tomorrow night. We encourage you, if you're coming to the ballpark, to use public transportation and MARTA. All the Turner Field parking lots will be by permit only. You can purchase those parking permits online at Braves.com. I believe there are some scattered tickets available for the weekend set with the Red Sox. It's going to be hot, sticky weather, and hopefully entertaining games like we've seen against New York. All the way to the backstop, but Jeter unable to break.
That's not knowing the ballpark. You know, you just automatically want to take off anytime a ball gets by the catcher, but he may have picked this up late because of the way Brian went to the backhand. When you're third base, sometimes you don't see the ball until it gets out from behind the catcher and umpire, and by then it's too late. And he had thoughts of going, but he didn't know where the baseball was going to go. He didn't know what kind of carom it might have off that back wall.
Trailing, he might have gone, but leading an A-Rod up and 1 out, why run yourself into an out? There's no need to do that.
Very good point.
2-2. Fisted into right field. Boy, you called that, partner. Thinking about right. Francoeur's throw is late. A-Rod to second with another big hit and a fist pump too. He is some kind of hot.
I don't know how many times a hitter has been walked in front of Alex Rodriguez to load the bases to pitch to him, but not many. And that's part of it too. Sinker that he just was intent on trying to take the other way and just fought it off. Huge hit.
Jeter scores, Damon scores, and A-Rod 6 RBIs in the series after a real rough stretch. Again, after game 1 of this series, the New York tabloids, first line of their game story, 2, period, 0, period, 7, period. He's hitting a lot better than that right now. They'll walk Posada and again load the bases.
Well, that's 4 RBIs for him tonight. He's up to 34, and remember, he didn't play the first 45 days of the season.
Yeah, May 8th was his first game against Baltimore, and he homered on the first pitch. So Posada is intentionally walked, and that'll bring up Nick Swisher. Braves have walked 6 Yankee hitters in this game. 2 of them have scored. Braves have committed 2 errors. One of those men has scored.
5 of their 10 runs, though, scored by the top of the order. 4 by Jeter. He and Damon have been on base all night, and Rodriguez has cleaned them up.
And with Boston losing, the Yankees could pick up a game in the standings. Kochman double clutches, comes home, close play, and that's all Atlanta can get. Slowly hit ball, and Teixeira just out at the plate. That's a 3-2 put out. A-Rod to third, Posada to second, Swisher to first with the second out.
And he had to hurry to get him. Good stretch by Brian, who plays first base, becomes a first baseman on this play.
And look at where Swisher was running. A third of the way up the line, he too was in the grass. But no return throw for Atlanta tonight. Here's Gardner. Gardner 2 hits and 4 tries. The Yankees with 10 runs, 14 hits, now a 4-run lead.
Just keep in mind, if you're going to do some damage against New York's bullpen, you better do it before you get to the 9th. We saw enough of Rivera last night, although he did throw an inning plus. Struck out all 4 batters he faced.
Did you know he's never done that before?
No.
Faced 4 hitters and struck them all out. As a relief pitcher,
That's
a
remarkable.
little bit of history. Talking with Tony Pena, who was the acting manager after Joe Girardi got kicked out last night. I went up to Tony and jokingly said, "You had to bring him in the 8th, huh?" He said, "I'm not going to waste him." No question about it. And Rivera closing in on 500 saves. Picked up 498 last night. Right now, the lead too great for a save, unless the Braves put a couple of runners on before Rivera comes in, or, of course, get it closer.
Phillies are losing again by a good score, 10-4 in the 7th, but Florida's already just wailed on Baltimore. Mets beat the Cardinals. They will both gain ground if Philadelphia loses.
I'll tell you, we got to keep an eye on the Marlins. I know they're ahead of the Braves in the standings, but there's some whispers they may be in the Mark DeRosa hunt. Try to improve their offense and their defense, most importantly. As Moylan takes care of Gardner, but not before A-Rod dumps the ball into right field for RBIs number 3 and 4 tonight. He's had a 6 RBI series, and he's wearing out right field and the Braves in this series.
Salary requirements that could be arranged sooner than you think. Just have to let us know.
Oh, look at that. Look. Dr. No.
There he is. So a good question, David Werner.
I have a question, too.
No respect. What?
I wonder if David's a registered voter in Roswell.
Come on, Andy.
No, we're going to keep old Hal around for a while. Unless he's got plans to retire. You don't have any plans to retire, do you? He's married.
Oh!
He's married. He can't retire.
Ouch.
So hang in there, David.
What a great question. And a chance for us to rag on Glenn a little bit, which is always appreciated. Here's Anderson, popped foul off his bat, and he's quickly down 0-2.
Trying to bounce right back. Get some base runners on. They were down by 7 earlier tonight. Put a 5 spot on the board when they were down by 7.
Let's take a look at tonight's Georgia Lottery scorecard, brought to you by the Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day.
And we hope it is.
Yes. Big comeback. 1-2. And a hot shot speared by Teixeira. We saw that for a half of 2 seasons for Mark. Marvelous diving catch.
Great reactions. Former third baseman at Georgia Tech, and he was already in the air. That ball was halfway to him. He was already diving. Nice play.
One away for Francoeur. Jeff a 2 for 3 night. His average climbing now up to 255. Biggest crowd of the series tonight. And a sellout in Atlanta. 47,508. How many sellouts the Braves have had this year? Is that the first one?
I don't think so.
Ground ball to second. Ransom's got it. And 2 men are out.
Braves are at 909,000 in attendance before tonight's game, so they'll go over 1 million tomorrow against the Red Sox.
So on pace to draw over 2 million fans this season. No balls and a strike to Casey Kochman. And if the Braves can stay in this race, hopefully you'll be able to make plans to join us all summer long. After interleague play, the Braves have the Phillies coming in. Still a lot of great Eastern Division matchups in a division that is there for the taking.
Good homestand right after the All-Star break.
Yeah, Mets are in. Giants are in with that pitching staff. Dodgers make one appearance here July 31st, August 1st and 2nd. The Manny Circus will be here.
They've got a great opportunity, that 4-game series with the Giants, though, to see Tim Lincecum.
And down on strikes, Casey Kochman. Phil Koch comes on, works a 1-2-3 bottom half of the 7th inning. Yankees 10, Atlanta 6 your score. Yadier Hernandez checks in. He will play second base for Atlanta. Martin Prado moves from second to first. And Manny Acosta is on to pitch. The pitcher spot is due first in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's why Yadier Hernandez enters tonight's ballgame. You mentioned Manny hadn't pitched in 10 days before pitching last night. And a virus of some sort knocked him down a little bit. Let's see what he has on back-to-back outings for the Braves, who have had to go deep into the pen again tonight.
He had to throw a lot of pitches last night, too, just to get through his inning. Faced 8 batters, gave up 2 runs. Walked a couple.
So it's 10-6 Yankees in front with Cody Ransom the batter. Acosta is the 6th Braves pitcher to work in tonight's ball game. And looking ahead to the Red Sox series, I was mentioning to you between innings, the Boston club's one that will wear out a bullpen and wear out a pitching staff. Are the Braves going to need to go get another pitcher before that series starts?
Wouldn't be surprised, with as much work as the middle of the bullpen. Middle relievers have had to work the last 2 nights.
Ransom tonight, a welcome return for the Yankees. He's 2 for 4. And as we told you, missed most of the season. Got hurt April 24th against the Red Sox. And tonight starting for only the 10th time in his career at second base. But has handled everything cleanly over there, and as we've told you, has hit well tonight.
Derek Jeter's going to hit this inning. It'll be his 6th at bat in 8 innings.
Good or bad?
It's not a good sign. And he's been on base 5 times, scored 4 times.
(10-4) Tampa Bay over the Phillies. That's in the 8th inning tonight. So the Phillies will lose some ground to the Mets in the Eastern Division standings this evening. They're only a half game up if that score stays tonight. How about that?
Top 4 guys again in the order for the Yankees have been the difference tonight. Combined, the 4 guys have been on base 15 times through 7 innings. And keep in mind, Teixeira has only been on base once with a walk. So the other guys have been running all over the place.
So 15 times tonight. Rounded to Chipper. That's under his glove. This has not been the best defensive series of the year by any stretch for Atlanta.
Those errors for Chipper keep adding up, too. It's his 12th of the year. Played it off to the side, tried to play the hop, and he beat it.
3 errors tonight, 6 for the series. And first plate appearance for Phil Koch. He takes a ball, or a strike, I beg your pardon. 0-1 your. So the top guys on base 15 times tonight, you said, for the Yankees. And that is ominous. Last night, from the start of the 6th inning, the top 5 hitters for the Yankees were on 13 times from the 6th inning on. So 11 innings, that's 28 or thereabouts. Not surprisingly, the Yankees have scored a ton of runs. Low from Acosta, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Top 4 in the order drove in 4 of the 8 runs last night. Tonight they've driven in 7 of the 10.
90 games left after tonight's play. Koch bunts it foul. And his first major league at bat is a strikeout.
He's thought to be the first player born in Sonora, California to reach the big leagues. So with that in mind, the first player born in Sonora to get a major league at bat. Put that in your baby book.
And I don't think that effort will keep him from sonoring, as he couldn't get down upon it. Here's Jeter. Let's see what he does. He and Damon have been the dynamic duo tonight. 3 hits, a walk, 4 runs. He reached on an Escobar error as well. Made the point last night with you. So many folks, the stat geeks I like to call them, and I'm not disparaging them, but people who do the zone ratings and all that stuff, talk about what Derek Jeter isn't. Oh, he doesn't have the range of an Escobar or a Jose Reyes, blah, 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 blah. Do you ever see him out of position defensively? You ever see him make a bad throw?
I don't know about that out of position thing. I don't know where to go with that in terms of answering, because I wouldn't know if he was out of position. I don't know where they want him to play.
Well, that's my point. Well, it's the balls he doesn't get to. I guess we've seen so many times in this series where the Braves have hit balls right on the button. And on 2 hops, Jeter doesn't have to move. He is like Cal Ripken at the end of his career. And I'm not suggesting that Jeter's done by any stretch, but he knows where to be.
He's got great baseball instincts, and makes tough plays look easy, like he did earlier tonight on that one hopper that was scalded at him.
Runner goes and ripped foul back. I mean, so many times we talk about baseball IQ. Which would you rather have, a team with great athleticism and low baseball IQ, or a team that maybe isn't as athletic as a club you play, but is in the right place at the right time 9 times out of 10?
No, give me 25 baseball players. Give me 25 guys that know how to play, and we'll figure out a way to win.
And the comparison to Cal Ripken Jr. and the Orioles is apropos in this regard. Derek Jeter, 4th player in Major League history that has scored 1,500 or more runs and has played at least 1,500 games at shortstop. Bill Dolan, Honus Wagner, and Cal Ripken Jr. are the other 3.
That is awesome company.
So I guess my soapbox moment would be, as we talk about players like Chipper Jones as they move along toward the back ends of their career, let's appreciate what they are and what they have been rather than what they are not at this stage in their careers, because these are 2 guys that have played their entire career with one organization and still know how to play. And while the body at times isn't willing, the baseball acumen is still at a very, very high level.
The play he made in the playoffs against Oakland, where he caught the ball down coming from right field and backhanded it.
The Giambi play, the flip play.
I mean, that's just, what was he doing there? What was Derek Jeter doing there? That's not a place where shortstop comes over to be a second relay man or a backup relay man. He just had some baseball instincts. He knew it was going to be a close play. He wanted to be in the middle of it and save the day.
And doesn't a shortstop just follow the ball? And I guess that's the explanation he gave. I just followed the ball. And that has gone down as one of the iconic moments in Derek Jeter's Yankee career. That in a play where he dived into the seats, I think, against the Red Sox, risking life and limb, and bloodied himself to catch or try to catch a pop fly. I mean, he's just a... I hate to use the comparison, but when you think of the Yankees and you think of class, you think of Joe DiMaggio. I don't think Derek Jeter has anything to shy away from with regards to that. And that's fouled off his foot.
That was in the bottom of the 7th in Game 3 of a division series in 2001 at Oakland.
And the Yankees were down 2-0 in that series. That might have been the game-turning play in the series for the Yankees.
That missed the shin guard and got the foot.
It's obviously the bat's fault, so Derek's going to get a new one that will not foul it off his foot again. They're running out of numbers to retire, that's for sure. You know, Jeter's number 2 is going to be.
See, that's where that comes from. Earl used to comb some into right.
I like
center.
it.
Yeah,
I like it.
so
That's sweet.
so it got combed into right a minute ago. It's Earl.
Look at this. Look at this at bat by Jeter, who always thinks right field. Ball dropped for Ancour, but no error. Hustling on the play was Ransom. He would have made third had Jeff come up cleanly. And Derek Jeter has a 4-hit game on base 6 times in 6 tries.
Fought off a lot of pitches, and this one's another 16-time world champion Ric Flair to right. But they all count.
Jeter has 19 total bases tonight. How many titles did Ric Flair have?
16.
Oh, he's 3 better than Ric Flair is what I'm saying.
How you figure that?
Well, 19 minus
19 what?
total bases.
Oh, no, we're talking about world championships. He does have a handful of them, I'll give him that, but not 16 yet.
I don't think that's possible. Obviously, base hit to left. Damon has 3 hits. Jeter stops at second. We surrender no mas. 11-6. And now Teixeira makes his way to the batter's box.
We made the point early on, Chip, right? In fact, right at the beginning of the broadcast, that you can't give good teams extra outs. Lowe was charged with 8 runs, but 2 were unearned. And Ransom, who has scored this inning, reached on an error. So that's 3 unearned runs at least tonight.
16 more Yankee hits. And the general manager, Brian Cashman, if he wants to moonlight, can come on and work as a motivational speaker. After he met with the club yesterday and encouraged his hitters to start hitting. Joe Girardi said it was only a matter of time, and it started in last night's 6th inning. Now they will target the New York Mets next. The Braves will lick their wounds, barring a big comeback tonight, and try to get going against Josh Beckett, who was unhittable the last time the Braves saw him.
All this damage tonight, and none of it inflicted by Mark Teixeira.
Only Yankee starter not to get a hit.
4 RBIs each for Damon and A-Rod. 4 runs scored so far for Jeter. 2 for A-Rod, 1 for Damon.
And Teixeira down on strikes. Second strikeout. For Acosta, Mark still hitless in the game.
Alex Rodriguez had a big night. Started in the first inning when he took Derek Lowe over the center field wall on a pitch down and away from him, and he golfed it out over 400 feet. Then ripped this one to center, a base hit. Had played it a couple more. But the big hit really was in the 7th inning after the Braves had gotten back within 2. Bobby Cox elected to walk Mark Teixeira in front of him, and A-Rod came through with a base hit against Peter Moylan. 4 RBIs on the night. 3 hits.
His average up to 224.
7 on that pitch from Manny Acosta. It's getting loose.
Good breaking ball finds the zone. Washington, Florida, and the Mets have won in the East. Atlanta is losing. Philadelphia is losing. Marlins could be a game back. The Mets a half game back in the East. If Tampa Bay can finish off Phils, the Braves, barring a comeback, would stay 4 back. And what's so frustrating is, you know how badly the Phillies have played. They've played like scrapple, you might say, at Citizens Bank Park.
Wow.
And the Braves threatening to fall to 2-2 at home while the Phillies play on the road.
Never heard a team referred to as scrapple.
Scrappy. But the Phillies are 13-22 at home. Far and away the worst record for any division leader in baseball.
Seven broke around the plate, looked pretty good, but Alex Rodriguez is the batter, and he got the benefit of the doubt. Let's see if he stays with his program of trying to hit the ball up the middle.
Runners go. Strike 3 outside corner. And the 8th inning for the Yankees is in the books. They tag on another run. Chipper Jones commits his 12th error. One of 3 made by the Braves tonight in a 5-run Yankee lead. A Cubs series notwithstanding, because of the rain out in the makeup date, a series the Braves did win, albeit in unconventional fashion. Braves haven't won a series in a month.
Yeah, it's disappointing. And as you say, technically they beat the Cubs, so that's a series win, but that last win was separated by a few weeks.
So Teori Hernandez will start it off in the 8th inning, then McLeod, and then Prado. What a sad day outside the world of baseball today. 80s beauty icon Farrah Fawcett passed away after a lengthy bout with cancer. And
what a battle she put up. Man, oh man.
And about 2.5, 3 hours ago, news came across the wire that the king of pop, Michael Jackson, had a heart attack and passed away in California today.
Sad day.
There's a looping pop hit toward Ransom behind the second base bag. And there is one out. On a personal note, a dear friend of mine, Jimmy Bank, the traveling secretary for the Chicago Cubs, suffered a loss a couple of nights ago. His father, Bert Bank, passed away at the age of 94 over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Used the word hero a lot. Mr. Bank was a veteran of and a survivor of the Bataan Death March, and was the National Veteran of the Year a couple of years ago. Guys like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn, and just an absolutely wonderful American hero, and raised a great family and a terrific son. And I don't know if Jimmy and his family are watching over in Tuscaloosa tonight where the services took place today, but our sympathies go out to him, and our gratitude will live on forever for the sacrifices of a great hero, Bert Bank, at 94, passed away the other day. McLeod is down swinging. Posada will have to throw him out.
Go.
Down. So Hughes up in the Yankee pen.
This Yankee bullpen is a little bit underrated, I think, Chip, from what I've seen. Everybody knows about Rivera, but they've got some kind of unknowns like Koch, like, I wouldn't say Bruni's unknown, but he and Hughes are a nice right-handed combination in a setup role.
The guy they're really excited about too is David Robertson. He's got a big arm in that pen too.
But he did not pitch that effectively here. Brian McCann, in fact, torched him for his first home run he's allowed this year.
But that's so critically important again in that, well, it's in any race, but especially in that American League East, because the Yankees and Red Sox figures to come down to them, and those offenses are all patient, and they work counts, and they wear out starting pitchers. Like tonight, it becomes a battle of last man standing, and the strongest bullpen invariably is going to win. And for the Yankees, who are going to gain a game tonight on Boston, they'll be 4 back. They haven't beaten Boston yet. They're 0-8 against them so far this year.
Amazing.
That hasn't happened since 1912.
Well, I think there is a bit of a disadvantage. They may have to do something about the fact that they only have the one left-hander that you're seeing now in Koch. They may have to add somebody else in their pen left-handed to balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, they're hoping Damaso Marte would be that guy, but he's been hurt. As Martin Prado picks up his second hit of the night. And that'll bring up Chipper Jones. Well, we know the Yankees, they have unlimited resources. They can go do whatever they want and get whoever they want, take on as much salary as they want. And Joe Girardi was asked at the onset of the series after game 1 about how poorly his team was playing offensively, and said all the right things. And some in New York thought, well, Brian Cashman's here, maybe he's going to consider firing Joe Girardi. That wasn't the case, obviously.
I liked what Girardi said, though, after the first game. He said it's frustrating. It's frustrating for all of us. And we've all been through it at one time or another about going into some slow periods offensively. But as slow as it can be, and as quick as you can get into one, you can quickly get out of it, too. And they did.
Chipper pulls the ball hard to A-Rod. And that will retire the side. Well, Joe Girardi wears number 27 as the Yankee manager for a reason. They expect him to add to their 26 World Championships. It's win or go home in New York, and they lead big tonight, going He scored in each of the first 4 innings tonight. They led 8-1 before the Braves erupted for 5 in the 4th. That made it 8-6. But Atlanta has yet to score since that fateful 4th inning. The Yankees tack on 3 insurance runs in the 7th and 8th combined. Good start as Posada rolls to the mound. 1 out in the New York 9th. Jair Jurgens, Josh Beckett here tomorrow night.
I wonder about the tabloids in New York with respect to this weekend. The tabloids plus the New York Times all writing about the same game and the different spins that will be put on it by each of the publications.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. We were in New York for round 1 of the Yankees-Mets series. And that was on the 14th. Remember the Luis Castillo pop fly that was dropped?
Right.
If you go on and log on to MLB.com, I'm sure they have it archived. If you listen to the 4 broadcasters' calls of that pop-up, it's amazing how different they all sounded and how differently they reacted. John Sterling said, "Oh, wow." I mean, not surprisingly, in his very unique way. Howie Rose was doing the game on WFAN for the Mets radio. He dropped the ball. You know, what a cataclysmic, depressing, you know. Michael Kay, oh my goodness, he dropped. I mean, it was just funny to see how different the perceptions were on the Mets and the Yankees sides. Everything will be hyper analyzed. I mean, earlier this year they had the Brian Bruni K-Rod dust up over Bruni's comments in the paper. He didn't like K-Rod celebrating and all that stuff. They confronted each other in the center field past year at Yankee Stadium, so that'll probably be revisited at Citi Field.
Hopefully.
Yeah, oh, I understand.
Stir it up, get it going.
But you talk about paralysis by overanalysis.
Yeah, and usually by people who don't have any idea how to play the game. So, enjoy, New York fans. Just try to write something to get some headlines.
Yeah. But I will say this. The New York Mets deserve a lot of credit for playing the way they're playing, as banged up as they are. No Delgado, no Reyes. Johan Santana had been ineffective before tonight. Fernando Nieve has come up from the minor leagues and has won 3 consecutive games.
No Beltran, no Sheffield.
Yep. They're a half game out. And the Marlins are also come back. And really the other race you might want to talk about is who, if anyone, in our league gets Mark DeRosa of the Indians. What kind of a difference would he make on the Braves club, the Mets club, the Marlins club, the Cubs? Ground ball to short. Diori Hernandez has that. Gardner, close play. Look at him hustling. An 11-6 Yankee lead in the 9th.
Cubs had him.
Yeah.
Why'd they let him go?
Money, money, money. Bottom of the 9th inning. 11-6. for the Braves, and that has cost them dearly this evening. Phil Koch went 2 innings and gave up 1 hit with a couple of strikeouts. Now David Robertson, who's got another big arm, is on to pitch.
Yeah, he was the guy we were talking about a couple of nights ago who hasn't allowed anything, and all of a sudden the Braves touch him up as Brian McCann hit one in the seats, and Brian will lead off against him here.
And popped back and out of play by McCann.
And how about the kid, was his name Bard for Boston? Josh Bard?
Josh Bard. Yeah.
Wow. You fans coming to the Red Sox series get a chance to see that kid air it out about 97, 98.
Bard, Del Carmen, Masterson, Papelbon, Ramirez, Saito, all from the right side, all power right-handed pitchers. And Clay Buchholz, another flamethrower who's been starting down at AAA, can't get a sniff of Major League action right now.
Oh yeah, they got Okajima from the left side.
Yeah.
Although the Braves hit him pretty hard the other day up at Fenway. Maybe the Red Sox will come in here and melt after all that damp weather they experienced at Fenway.
Well, Beckett, Wakefield, and Penny pitching for Boston. And Wakefield in the middle is the guy that you, I guess, really get concerned about, because he's the kind of guy that can mess your stroke up in the middle of all that power pitching. Jurgens, Vasquez, and Tommy Hanson will try to go to 4-0. The starters for the Braves.
Well, Wakefield is the perfect guy to pitch on a hot middle of the afternoon day in Atlanta, because it doesn't take as much effort with that knuckleball, and he could probably pitch all day if he's effective.
There's a drive hammered deep to right field. Brian McCann vents a little anger. 11-7.
He's got something figured out on Robertson, doesn't he?
Yep. Two hits, 2 homers against the Yankee pensman. And his 8th home run of the season draws the Braves a little closer. And still nobody out.
Posada was already on his way out to talk to Robertson before that ball ever hit the seats. Maybe to remind Robertson, do you remember that the guy went deep on you 2 nights ago and you threw in the same pitch?
Well, as they say, relief guys are supposed to have short memories.
Proven again.
You just couldn't resist, could you? Here's Escobar. How do you like Unell hitting 5th?
I do. I like Prado hitting 2nd.
A double, a single, 3 RBIs for the Braves shortstop. His RBI total now up to 39. His average up to 293.
Second on the team in RBIs to McLeod.
Nate has 45 RBIs for the year. Of those 45, however, 11 have come as a Brave.
Right, and so among those that have been here since day one, Unell leading the pack. Chipper 33, McCann 31, Francoeur 32.
Good eye to even the count at 2-2. Florida 11-3 wins. Washington 9-3 over Boston. Mets 3-2 over the Cardinals. That was Santana over Carpenter at Citi Field. Tampa Bay has beaten the Phillies. That's 10-4 now. Escobar down on strikes, disagrees. One out.
Nick Swisher thought the strike zone had been expanded a little bit in the top of the 9th inning, but he was ahead by 5 at the time, so there wasn't much beefing going on. Robertson's very square in that his mechanics are very straight. Straight leg kick, straight back, and then right over the top, and it comes out of his hand nicely. A lot of folks still here. Sellout crowd of over 47,000. June has not been a good month to Atlanta for the last 4 years.
Yeah, it was, what, 2 years ago where they had the dreadful month?
Yeah. Might have been 3 years ago.
4 wins or 5, something. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
I know it was.
The 39 and 64. 39-64 over the last 4 years in June. And wow, barring a rally, will be 9 and 13 this month.
Six and 21 in 06. Yeah. And even taking out that 2006 debacle as Anderson lines a hit to right. The Braves still 10 under in June, even with a 6 and 21 month.
Garrett continues his good hitting. Another 2-hit night, 2 for 5. Three for 13 in this series against the American League club.
A 2 for 4 night for Francoeur. The bullpen is,
yeah, and it's
stirring.
Mariano Rivera. Braves have cut the lead to 4.
I was hoping maybe they would have gone ahead and sent him up to New York. Jeff down on strikes. And Gregor Blanco will hit for Manny Acosta. Final hope for Atlanta, 9th inning.
Both hits this inning have been by left-handed hitters. Maybe Gregor can keep it going. I'd take one here just in case he wants to walk Gregor Blanco. Need base runners. Good idea by Gregor, and he was taking.
Count, 3 balls and a strike. Diori Hernandez would be next.
It's too much Yankee offense tonight.
Yep.
Braves have plenty of runs to score, 7, 12 hits, but Yankees offense top of their order, and especially Derek Jeter, just too much tonight.
Jeter on base 6 times, 4 hits, 4 runs. Johnny Damon, 3 hits, 4 RBIs, hitting second. And that one up the middle. Funny spin. Jeter can't get a handle. Nothing wrong with the range of Jeter there. That ball had a lot of spin, though. And Joe Girardi is not going to take any chances. A double switch is coming for the Yankees.
I think the pitcher may have slowed this down just a little bit, glancing off his glove. Jeter got to it in fine fashion, just couldn't corral it. So anything to extend what is almost a 4-hour game by American League, certainly American League ball game, that's for sure.
And Mariano Rivera comes in with a chance to nail this one down for the Yankees. 11-7. Braves have the tying run in the on-deck circle. Going to hit in the number 6 spot.
Last night he came in with a couple of guys on and struck out Kelly Johnson, and then he struck out the side in the 9th. That was Matt Diaz, Nate McLouth, and Yunel Escobar.
Most ever batters faced by Mariano Rivera in a game in which he struck them all out. Faced, 4 hitters punched out.
And Hernandez is going to hit for himself. Kelly Johnson still available on the bench.
Diori, 1 at bat tonight, popped out. Runner at first goes, and Rivera fires high and away, ball 1. Well, let's see if the youngster can coax a walk. Maybe McLouth can pop one here.
Had a scout say today that it's quite possible that Mariano Rivera is the best athlete on this team. I was very taken aback by that, and said that his cutter, there will never be another cutter quite like his.
And as a hitter, it's got to make you crazy. You know it's coming, and still you can't defend against it.
Just a matter of where he starts it. If he wants it to bury on your thumbs, he starts it at the inner third of the plate, and hard to get around. Right-handers, for the most part, it works like a slider away from you. If he starts it at the middle of the plate, it might break to the corner. It might actually cut off the plate.
Now the Braves down to their final strike.
Well done by Hernandez there to fight that off. He's already thinking about trying to protect the outside corner, and then he runs that one right in on his thumbs. Tough spot here for Diori. Trying to keep the inning going.
High fly ball center field. Gardner is there, and the Yankees take 2 out of 3 in Atlanta. 11-7 tonight's final score. Joe Girardi promised his Yankees bats would be back, and from the 6th inning on last night, they have indeed come back with a vengeance, scoring 19 times on 26 hits in their last 13 innings in Atlanta.